Hello, Ben.
Khezi, how are you doing?
Thank God. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. Wow. All right.
How are you doing?
I am doing well. Uh, Today specifically was just my uncle's yard site, his Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so one of my uncles was unfortunately killed. So we went to go to the graveyard, um, which is very emotional. Being standing around all those graves of all these soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
He's so young. He's 26. Um, seeing all these other people around that sort of would be, or his contemporaries would be his age, so also sort of to like imagine what this person would look like. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and a lot of Abraham Lincoln has this right, like the I think it's Abraham Lincoln, the blood of a lot of blood needs to be spilt on like the altar of freedom, sort of, so we could
Mm-hmm.
live these kind of lives that we live. So uh,
Yeah.
what is Yov talking about a direct hit with like a missile situation? Sorry for a second.
I'm not sure.
I just want to make sure we're keeping up and up. Hello, cool kid Kirk.
Hello.
Uh, One second. Excuse me, everyone, for a moment, just to
Oh,
make
sorry.
sure.
Let me move in the other room just real quick. My dogs are barking.
All right.
Um, Before we start, I was just curious how you guys are doing.
We are doing well. That's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
I was saying that I was a little emotional day today. Last night I did a guard duty with my brother around our little village. So, but that was like that was 2 to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
It was like
Um, yeah.
It's
So
weird to
I
any guard duty. Like, I
guard
actually
duty.
live.
there's a fence and there's a whole apparatus, but there was earlier funding for, let's say, a 24/7 guard, but now the guard is only there till um, I think till around 10 o'clock at night. And now people are trying to figure out, like, is it a new company we're going to be using? But either way, there's like a gap right now, and that needs to be filled.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't know they were lived close to the fence.
We're literally on the fence. Like, we're in Israel, quote unquote, proper, but right on the fence.
Yeah. I was curious of I was curious if you what's it called? Have any time to schmooze afterwards.
I am not going to have time to schmooze, but y'all might jump on. Other people might talk on, but I'm going to probably pass out after this.
Okay.
And Kirk, are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm trying to focus on the prayer study and yeah.
That's good. This is our last class for the prayer study, which
It
is
is?
it is. That's it. We finished. We went through the whole Amidah, and we went through the whole Shema and the blessings leading up to Shema. It was a long year journey, but it comes to an end.
Okay, and
I
are we
mean,
gonna have
to
a
be
study
fair,
after this?
yeah, yeah. It doesn't conclude prayer. Yeah, take it on. This should be the beginning of your prayer journey.
No,
But
but I'm saying, are we gonna have a study after this?
yeah, Ben was thinking of maybe learning Sefer Kareem, right? Do I remember that correctly?
That was one option.
Suggestion.
Well, I'm open.
Yeah, I might do a mini little series of like of Pirkei Shirah, the these chapters of song, which is like, the blessing and song that everything in the world sort of makes to God, like whether it's a tree or a flower. But that's it's something else. But yeah, so maybe we will learn about the these principles of Jewish faith. So to be discussed. But let's do a quick review from last week when we spoke about the blessing of the Kohanim, the priests, and then we will move into the final blessing of Sim Shalom.
Let's do it. Okay.
So take it away.
Why does the Amidah? So I guess we're talking about Birkat Kohanim here.
Well,
Not
it's
really.
the transcript. We were talking about the Amidah, and then we went into Birkat Kohanim, so it's working off that.
Okay,
Yosef,
guys.
it's good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well and feeling well.
Okay, so why does the Amidah end with
One
peace?
more point, just
Mhm.
so we could be the most productive. Yosef has full reign to say whatever he wants when we get into the last blessing. Add this review right now because we're keeping it quick. We're powering through the review, and then we'll move into the next portion. Hit it.
But if I have any thoughts, I can just riff on them.
You can do whatever you want. Yes, of course. Everyone could do whatever they want. What do I know?
Okay, no.
Go on.
Okay, what does the Amidah end with peace? After asking for wisdom, forgiveness, healing, livelihood, redemption, Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, Mashiach, and acceptance of prayer, the Amidah ends with Sim Shalom, which is put peace. I don't know how you would translate that.
Peace should be rested upon us.
Yeah, peace should be rested upon us. Peace is not simply another blessing. Peace is the vessel that allows all the other blessings to remain. Interesting. I don't remember that. We said that. Birkat Kohanim. Birkat Kohanim contains 3 stages. So this comes before. This is before Sim Shalom, right? I think.
Yes.
In the Chazara, when there's a repetition, it contains 3 stages. The first one, material blessings. First one maps into material blessings, like may Hashem bless you and guard you.
And this is according to Rashi's opinion.
This is Rashi's opinion. The middle stage maps into spiritual illumination. May Hashem shine his face upon you and grant you grace. And 3, this third stage is about unity and peace. May Hashem lift his face towards you and give you peace. The Kohanim must bless Israel with love. The blessing is not mechanical. It flows through a genuine desire for Israel's good.
Right? This is, they have to have like this conscious, attitude.
You say be'ahava. I mean, the way that I have it, Chabad Arizal is b'shalom.
No, and then you start making the bracha. Then you start making the threefold blessings.
I always forget that I bring my. Okay, I don't remember that. Okay. Material blessing, Rashi explains, bless you, may your possession increase. Guard you, may they be protected. Judaism does not reject the material world. Livelihood, family, beauty, property, and physical stability can become vessels for holiness. By the way, this reminds me that I really appreciate the conversation that both you and Yosef had with JP Marceau. Kind of relates to that.
Thanks.
The challenge is not to escape the world, but to sanctify it. The Avot were materially successful. Our forefathers were materially successful. Patriarchs. Avram possessed flocks, cattle, silver, and gold. Isaac, Yitzchak became wealthy. Jacob was able to send a large gift to Esav. Chazal, our sages, also describe Moshe as wealthy. The Torah does not glorify poverty. The ideal is that material blessing supports spiritual growth. Okay. Spiritual illumination. This is the second stage. May Hashem shine his face upon you. Light represents Torah. Physical light allows us to see the world. Torah allows us to see the divine meaning within the world. The face of Hashem, so to speak, as it says in the what it's referring to in the blessing, represents encounter, relationship, and presence. Torah does not reveal only an abstract idea about God. It teaches us to live before God's presence.
By the way, that's that's a repeated theme throughout all of Judaism, really, about many things that we're dealing with, which is well, there's obviously this understanding of this transcendent and like the philosophical sort of understanding of God, but there's always this move towards relationship, revelation,
Mm-hmm.
this personal understanding. So we see it here as well, obviously.
Yeah, the covenantal.
Yes.
Chen, grace.
Vayachon.
Yechonika. I got a lot of trouble. I got into a lot of trouble because I didn't know that it was Yechon. Yeah, I would say Yechonecha. Obviously, that's not right.
Like from chinuch.
I don't know what I was reading. I was like, so that's where I found out it actually comes from Chen. Yeah, so Yechonika.
Hashem knows your kavanah. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, but I got correct. It was good. And grant you grace. Chen, grace means receiving something because Hashem sees a hidden inner identity within a person. Noach found Chen because Hashem saw not only who Noach already was, but also the future hidden inside him. Hidden within Noach was the future that would eventually produce Avram. Hashem may bless a person not only because of what he has already achieved, but because what he is capable of becoming.
Right, and this also has to do with going back to the idea of rachamim, of mercy, of having time to also, not only is God giving me time, but he's saying like, I'm going to bless you because I see the potential in you, and I'm going to give you time to reach that potential. There's this midrash, which is when, or part of the interpretation at least of Jacob's dream is right. There's angels going up and down, mm-hmm. and these angels, they want to harm Jacob because they say like we know what the heavenly Jacob looks like. This guy down here doesn't match him at all. Like this is not him, and this is what we have to realize that. There's a part of us that should be scared, right? That we're not reaching our full potential, but also realize that there's this full potential version of us, right? Which we can reach. And here too, God is giving us the time to actually allow that to happen.
Why do the angels not attack him? Does it say that?
Why do they not attack him?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it does say that, they get sort of stopped. They get challenged by Hashem saying don't worry, this is the legit dude, and let's see what's going to happen with him. But I could look into that while we keep it running. Yeah, Yosef, do you remember?
Sorry, only half the.
Do you remember in the angels in Yaakov's dream? They want to harm him, and they he doesn't match the Yaakov of Shamayim and the Yaakov that. So how do they stop? Hashem just tells them to leave him alone. What happens with the angels?
Doesn't he show him his face on the throne?
Yeah. Right. He showed no. That does sound familiar, right? Yes.
I have to look it up, but I think it has to. He shows something about the face on the throne.
Yeah.
Look, check.
דמותו של יעקב אבינו חקוקה על כיסא הכבוד. The Sulam. You'll see this for a second. Okay, I digress. I'll get into that, but also it definitely has to do with the throne. Maybe Hashem points out to them again. Obviously, this is all you have to how you're engaging with this story, right? Hashem shows them that He's on the throne. Did they not know this? What is this conversation even happening? Why does Hashem have to prove stuff? So, put all that aside. The focus should be that even the quote unquote principalities of this world who are supposed to be for blessing might end up causing you harm if you yourself are not oriented properly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you could do a tremendous amount of good with fire. You could also burn your house down. Depends who you are and what you're doing with your time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Onwards.
Peace. May Hashem lift his face toward you and give you peace. The first blessing concerns the material world. The second concerns spiritual illumination. The third unites them. peace is not only absence of conflict. Peace is the ability of body and soul, matter and spirit, truth and life to exist together. This is why the Amidah ends with peace. Peace brings all the previous blessings together into one complete life. Shalom. Shalom. Complete. Okay. The deeper meaning of panim, the Hebrew word
you mentioned towards the end, I think.
Yeah. The deeper meaning of panim. The Hebrew word panim means face, but it is also connected to pnim, meaning the inside or inner dimension. A face reveals something that was previously hidden inside a person. Through the face, we gain access to someone's inner world. Therefore, when Birkat Kohanim says, "May Hashem shine His face upon you," it may mean more than simply receiving God attention or favor. It may mean that Hashem allows us to perceive something of the inner depth of reality. Kind of reminds me of Ziv Shchinato. It's like you're able to see that.
Well, as we say that the righteous,
Right.
what their experience is, they're sitting around Hashem and Nehenim Ziva Shechina, right? They're enjoying.
That's what I was saying, but I wasn't able to quote the whole thing. Nice. Faith is connected to this idea. We usually see only the external surface of events. Faith means believing that there is an inner divine meaning, a pnim, even when it is not immediately visible. Which kind of relates to the fact that when Moshe encounters God, he sees, or it says, you will only see my back. The events as they unfold, and not the why they unfolded, so to speak.
But there's other places when you're seeing God's face, right? When Jacob says that he sees in Esau and his brother, he sees God's face, and also when we say that Moses saw God's face, like he sees his fellow man, which goes back to the first thing we say, which is really making space for someone else and seeing the divine image in him, right? Not only are we looking to see like this inner dimension of this person, but we also believe that there's this inner dimension is there. So like, A, we have faith that it's there. B, we are making sure to look for it. C, we have to make sure we're creating a space for it. And obviously, if we could see each other that way, what a wonderful world it would be.
It reminds me of there's a very quirky story in the Talmud about a sage that I think he has this guy that walks with him. And the sage always looks at this guy to be reminded of God for some reason. Do you recall this?
A man is walking and there's a guy walking with him?
Yeah, I'm saying there's a sage, there's a rabbi.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a Talmud. It sounds like a Talmud. And for some reason, he has this one person that he always this person. I don't remember if he's for some reason like has a unique face or he's like deformed in some way, but this person is this rabbi has this guy that walks with him that reminds him of God. I think I don't know. Maybe
I mean, it doesn't. There's a much more complicated thing that this is reminding me of, which is Rabbi Elazar ben Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, right? So the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. It's like a one-time story, but like he's coming back from learning. In fact, in Ivory Tower.
And he sees the ugly man, and the guy tells him.
That's a different one, but yeah.
And he comments on something that's not very nice.
Yeah.
And then the guy says, "Hey, get up with my creator," and then they end up walking together to the same town. And the guy doesn't know that this is a famous rabbi, and the people in the town have been waiting for him, and they are like treating him with all this reverence and respect. And the guy is like, "This is this guy who is like, who made a comment about my deformation is like the guy, who you guys like are treating with respect." And the rabbi repents, right? There's a whole tries to apologize, but it's like this weird apology. Yeah, it's a great story. I actually have a poem about it. It's a great sense.
Yeah, this concept is reminding me of something else, if that's okay, but it's not related directly to Judaism, if that's okay, which is the peace comes from when the outside and inside are no longer divided. It's kind of reminding me of like Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but you mean never the two shall touch, like the yin yang sort of attitude?
Well, it's more like it's like a non-dualist view of the self, right? The outside and inside are no longer divided. That body and mind are not separate.
Oh, I hear
Non-dualism.
you. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's part of the.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
Okay. So that was Birkat Kohanim, made popular by Leonard Nimoy.
Or Nemo, yeah.
And we are all looking for the day that we could have the priests bless us all at the temple, and we could all partake in such great blessings. Okay, so you want to open up the text itself again?
Yes. Let me bring you guys back so I can see you.
While you're looking for that, I'm remembering now that I was going to talk about this thing about Rav Kook, but then due to time, Kirk said maybe we should wait on it. So, but now that we're waiting, Rav Kook talks about these ideas of peace, right? There's like our classic practical peace, right? I need you, you need me. We see this also sort of in a certain level in the animal kingdom, right? Like I'm going to have like sucker fish on side cleaning me, or the crocodile lets the bird go on his head and like clean up little stuff, right? So it's not like that there's necessarily love between them, but it's really built on like, interests that we have. And interests, obviously, as we know, could change, and they could change very quickly. And we're living in a world that's rapidly changing as well today. Now, Rav Kook also talked about this higher peace, right? And this is something that is really, us realizing that we're all connected to God ultimately. Like, as far as like you could look at it being as we all realize where the puzzle piece is going on. And because of that, we understand that Hashem wants us, he wants us to, really realize peace, and with the kind of peace he desires from us is going to appear through all the different aspects of this world. And again, that's why, in that sense, peace is really a vessel that allows us to see Hashem through history. So the highest priest is not peace. He's not created that just because people need each other. It's created because people recognize that the name of Hashem ultimately can't dwell in a divided world. And this goes back to the two destructions that we had, right? God himself rested on the seventh day, right? He took a step back, right? But that's a day that still, we're in that seventh day right now. And he is waiting for us to complete our part of that seventh day so we could reach an eighth day, a reality, right? Where you could have a temple. We have that for a moment in the Bible, right? We spoke about this in the past where it says Yom HaShmini, right? In Parashat Shmini, we build the tabernacle. It's all happened. We're there. It's full of God's God's presence. But since then, we've messed that up twice. Hopefully, not a third time. So we need peace. Let's read this bracha again. Sim shalom tova u'bracha. חן וחסד ורחמים עלינו ועל כל ישראל עמך, ברכנו אבינו כולנו באור פניך, כי באור פניך נתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו תורת חיים ואהבת חסד וצדקה וברכה ורחמים וחיים ושלום, וטוב בעיניך לברך את עמך ישראל בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך. There's an element over here we add during the days of awe. ברוך אתה אדוני ומברך את עמו ישראל בשלום. Ben, you can read it unless.
Could I read in English?
Sure, take it away.
Grant peace, goodness, and blessing, favor, kindness, and compassion upon us and upon all Israel, your people. Bless us, our Father, all of us, as one with the light of your countenance. For by the light of your countenance you gave us, Adonai, our God, a Torah of life, and the love of kindliness, righteousness, blessing, compassion, life, and peace. And may it be good in your sight to bless your people, Israel, at all times and at every moment with your peace. Blessed are you, Adonai, who blesses his people, Israel, with peace.
Very nice. Yov, it's good to have you as well. Yosef, do you have any initial thoughts?
Initial thoughts.
Remember, we were talking about the placement, right, of the Amidah here at the end, right?
Yep.
Talk a little about. Go ahead.
So it's an interesting blessing because in many places, because we don't have the blessing of the priests, this becomes the final blessing of the Amidah. And even where it's supposed to be an expansion of the previous thing or a final kind of reframe of our whole experience here, it's like this weird substitution, or like it happens where this becomes the final blessing as opposed to like what should have been the climax, and it can be an anticlimactic feeling to it. At the same time, I think that the cantors especially recognize this in the diaspora, and there's a reason why this, of all the blessings, kind of has the most tunes outside of the Kedusha, because like they really did want this like to still be able to carry some of that, the power of the climatic kind of emotional feel of where the Amidah should be going. I do think that the kind of the key to it, and we can talk about it more deeply, but just like from an initial thought perspective, is that it's in some ways what it does is it takes all of the stuff we've been going through and kind of leave you with this message of God gave you this living Torah, this teaching, instruction, and this love, avat chesed, right? This love of, and like all these other things, but in some ways it's really for, in some ways, like it's almost mundane. It's like for you to have like peace among the very people that you're among as you're praying, right? So like as you leave this space of individual prayer, or the cantor's led prayer, that you're then able to like take all this and bring it into your interactions with your community and the people that you've been praying with. That like to really place peace between the people like that are in front of you, who are in your face, like your panim, right? I mean, there is something about this where like the light of his face is supposed to be shining through these people that you've prayed with, and that's hard. I mean, like we talk about this a lot in TLC, like one of the real tests in some ways of like how do you embody all this is like how do you live among the people that in a community where like there's all tensions and disagreement and petty squabbles and serious differences and falling outs and family histories and all of that stuff, like how, and like to me, like that's really a lot of where this prayer sits, is not this like ultimate like peace in the world feeling, which is more for Oseh Shalom, which we say later in the Amidah, kind of at the very, very end in some sense. But here, this is not this like ultimate like world peace, messianic peace. This is just like peace, like how do I take all of this and use it so I can interact with all of these traits? These are all of the values that we've been talking about this whole time. And how do I use them to bring blessing, right? Uvracha. How do I use this to bring blessing to the people in front of me right now? All of this, this mercy and compassion and life and love and justice and like and really bring it home in a very concrete way.
Right, so I think that's spot on. In a sense, right? Like you've reached this crescendo, and now you have to sort of take all that and like walk out, so to speak, out of the synagogue into the real world, right? And like Yosef just said, we just went through now grace and kindness and mercy. Like everything we've been praying about, I'm bringing back into this. But I think this goes back to what we started with, which is again peace being the container, right? Which is if you want to now be able to take out all these things together, right? This is also why Chazal said that Hashem found like no container to bless Israel besides peace, right? Is because ultimately, because of the divisions and the different ideas and the 12 tribes, like you have to have this concept, which Yosef was talking about, this tension, which peace doesn't mean like we're all saying the same thing right now, right? Peace means that we could be working together again, and that's why you need this container. Now, I would say peace, and maybe Yosef could again expand about this. sometimes, and I think in the world, people assume that peace is like the normal situation and war is like an interruption of what's supposed to be happening. But I would say the Torah and also history really teaches the opposite. That's not like the reality, right? The natural state of things is there's competition, right? That we are all created, we're receiving life from something outside of ourselves, right? So that's why I'm competing off the bat already from life for life itself. And we obviously know that human history is full of, like we said, with war. And war is not only just a few leaders make people do something. We also see this today in the World Cup, right? Like we need to temper this feeling in a certain sense because there is a lot of competition, and it's not just leaders wanting to that have just bad ideas, but it's also the whole population, all humanity really feels this, and this is why we really do require help from Hashem, for this piece, right? It says, can you scroll down for a second?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay, I wanted to see if there's a different word over there. I wasn't sure. But either way, we say, right? Hashem, who does, makes peace in heaven, he's also going to bring peace from us. So, which is peace in earth is not something simple, right? Only the one who actually can make peace in heaven is going to be able to help us, bring this down and enter it into our reality over here.
So I'll just mention one thing is that it's interesting because that I don't know how to connect it 100%, but that's the reason why I ask you, why did the angels attack Jacob at the end of the day? Because you were talking about peace, but you can also see it in terms of potential. You mentioned there's peace above and peace below, or potential. There's the potential of the person and maybe the potential of the world, right? To be in peace. But then there's what happens here, and I see it as a personal struggle for me, for each person. I would imagine is that how do you reconcile the fact that there's an ideal, but in this world you still need to contend with the gap. And how do you continuously, I guess, bring those things, mercy to yourself, to others, understanding that there is this gap, there is this ideal, but there's something that we're all driving towards. And this perfect is an enemy of good. There's all these kind of things that are hard to contend with on a personal level, but on a national level as well.
I mean, we've mentioned this in the past, but I think it's a very, very important idea, and it's very apropos what we're talking about over here. But this is really, we're wrapping up. We're moving on to a new book right now, to Sefer Dvarim, right? To the book of Deuteronomy. But when we finish the book of Bereshit, right? The whole book of Bereshit, the book of Genesis, is conflict, right? From the beginning, right? Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Noah's generation, the Tower of Babel, Abraham and Lot, Yitzchak and Ishmael, Jacob and Esau, Joseph and his brothers, right? So, and usually the most intense conflicts are actually with siblings as well, right? With brothers, there's sometimes it's easier to love someone from far away. It's harder to love someone that's really, really close by, right? Yeah, your roommate inside, and that I would say that's why the Torah doesn't even start with the story of strangers. The Torah is always starting with like, is it possible? Is peace possible? And with Yosef, we have Yosef over here with his namesake, but Yosef, there's first of all, it says that the brothers hated Yosef, and Rashi says over there that they couldn't. They says they hated Yosef and they couldn't speak. They couldn't even say hi to him. And Rashi says it's in their credit because they wore their feelings on their sleeves, so to speak. Like they weren't hiding it. Like they were people of truth, and they're just saying like, we want peace, but we don't have to be able to fake it in order to get this truth, right? Because ultimately, like, peace is built on like a falsehood eventually is going to crumble. Mm-hmm. And, again, peace is not pretending there isn't conflict, right? True peace is where I could remain loyal to my truth and I could still live together. And that's why, like, before we could even move on with Sefer Bereshit, the book of Genesis, there's no reason to continue with the story of human history until we know that peace is achievable. So when Jacob dies and the brothers get nervous again, they're like, oh no, maybe maybe the love he showed us was only because dad was still alive, and now once dad is dead, he's going to kill us, right? So Joseph says, don't worry, I love you, I forgave you, it's all God's plan, all the good stuff. So once that's done, and we could realize like humanity gets like this certificate of hope, we could see now that peace is possible, then eventually we'll know, as we say, eventually we'll know that the patterns, the archetypes of our patriarchs, will be able to tap into those patterns as well and have actual peace. So when we can you scroll down?
Yep.
Scroll down. Okay, you make that bracha. Okay. Scroll. Here we go.
Here?
No, further up. Here it's only repeat begun lefanecha. Adonai tzuri v'gorli. May the words of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart be acceptable before you, Adonai, my rock and my redeemer. Right? So there's this other blessing which is not part of the 19 blessings over here, which is beautiful. We could read this, but we're closing the Amidah, right? Again, with the words of David again, right? I'm going to say the words that were my mouth, the words that were coming out of my mouth that are the things I actually said, and the meditations of my heart, right? The things that I either remained unsaid because I was even too uncomfortable myself, or I couldn't articulate myself, or I couldn't, even think about those ideas properly in my head. We obviously, we know and we believe that Hashem could understand that and see where we're coming from, right? And obviously prayer is always containing more than words could just express. But we see that, again, David HaMelech, whose, beautiful heart, was singing to God all the time. He starts our prayer of the Amidah, and he also ends the prayer of the Amidah. So really, he is the vessel of the whole tefillah itself in that sense. And if Birkat Kohanim, we started with like this material blessing, and which rises to the light of Hashem's face, and then ends with peace, right? Sim Shalom is teaching us again, like we were saying, it's this vessel, and material life. As I'm leaving synagogue, I have to realize that material life needs to be blessed. Spiritual life also ultimately has to shine outside, right? This hidden grace inside a person has to be revealed in myself, and I have to search for it and find it in the people of my community, the people I have my attention with, right? I have to do this body and soul united that Kirk was talking about over here. And I have to realize that truth and peace, like the brothers, these things could live together. And as I often do, take this, to where we are in today's life and also politically. This is why I also think that Israel itself, right, as far as the model, Israel has to be the place in a certain sense where peace has to appear first. And if through peace in Israel, if it could actually happen, then peace is probably possible in the entire world. And I know that sounds grandiose, but think about it for a moment. Think how crazy the war is, like in Israel and Palestine, and how long it's been covered by the world. Like, I don't know, is that the most reviewed and sought after and written about conflict in the world? And is that not sort of the archetype of conflict in today's world? And if that actually could be solved, what kind of message would that give to the whole world? If this Gordian knot that everyone realizes can't be done, if it actually can be fixed, which was to me, a hint in the idea of the Abraham Accords and even that name and that framing. I also shared something with Yosef, and not with Yosef, with the whole Discord, this fascinating interview with this Israeli representative to the Christian world. And there too, there was this sense where, there's we have to see the other properly. We have to understand that it's more than just interests happening over here. We have to realize that we all have to come together to fit that puzzle of God. And it behooves us to make that peace. But any thoughts, ideas, Yosef, complaints, demands? Because I want to read the last portion as well.
I mean, I always have more, but
So give us.
I'll let the other guys. Oh no, it's Ben, Kirk. I don't know, you love.
Boys, any thoughts, Ben?
I mentioned the thing that's stuck with me when we talked about the connection to Jacob's ladder. At this point, no, I don't know if there have any question or any thoughts at this point. You can continue.
So Yosef, before we move on to the next portion, you want to give us just some of your thoughts?
Sure. So I think one of the really beautiful things in this prayer that I didn't mention on my first opener is that we return to the Father language, which we had at the beginning of the Amidah, calling God our Father, but we haven't done it in a bit, if I remember. I don't think. I think it's basically been since we asked for a slicha, for forgiveness, repentance, atonement, those ones, that we've had this theme, but we come back to it here, sort of as a framing device. But it's an interesting one, because it's bless us our Father, all of us ke'echad bor panecha, as one in the light of your face, which seems to me to be bringing up a midrash that when the Jews are, well, actually a couple different midrashim. One is at Har Sinai, in Mount Sinai, where the text, the grammar switches to singular for the people, and it says because they were as if they were one man with one heart, or one mind. So right, exactly, just like the lev echad. So they like this form of unity. At the same time, it also reminds me of the famous midrash on the cherubs on the ark. So, because we just are leaving from getting blessed by the priest, this would make a lot of sense. That when Israel is at peace, the Kruvim are hugging each other, and when Israel is not eternally at peace, they face away from each other. So you kind of have
the two cherubs are looking at each other like this, and the idea would be they would turn to the other way around.
I mean, obviously, we can talk about that's like not meant to be taken literally in one sense, but here, like this is about a certain form of unity, not necessarily. Again, like this is not a unity that ignores difference. To Chazi's points about like really seeing each other and confronting the capital O other. Yeah,
I'll just point to that note also because you're saying also a framing mechanism not to be taken literally, right? The idea of the two wings and the cherubs, right, being the vehicle of the God, right, being a vessel where the God could sit down, right, and it's sort of counterintuitive to think that you would actually have faces when you can't do a graven image like in the Holy of Holies, right? But the idea is that it's also supposed to be a boy and a girl, two children, which again, that has to do with sort of the opponent processing, like already differences, but are together those differences see each other and see each other fully. And together, when they're facing each other in peace, they could be a chair, so to speak, for God. When they don't see each other and they flip, right? So you're also no longer a container, right? As far as like conceptually thinking, but go ahead.
Yeah, actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kirk.
I was going to say, like, this is kind of reminding me of a question. So you mentioned this idea that this concept that the other is of primary significance, right? So I was curious, how do you make of the concept of artificial intelligence and machine learning with regards to this? And I'll explain the connection. Do you think that like artificial intelligence or AGI could be like an other in that sense, or because it doesn't have a soul, it couldn't?
I mean, it's obviously that's a very deep question, and there's much to be discussed about that. And Yosef deals heavily with some of the concepts that relate to that, which is like trust with these kind of machines. But it's two different questions because it could be that, so to speak, the magic juice that would make me say it's an other really isn't there. But as far as humans are concerned, if they believe that that thing has the magic juice, even if it doesn't have the magic juice, that's a whole nother level of conversation, which because like this AI robot might not actually love me, but for all intents and purposes, I think it loves me, and that's the reality I'm living in. So that there's There's major ramifications for those kind of questions before we even get to like, is that actually really, really happening? But do I think AI could one day become another? It's a very hard question. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure to answer it. I guess by me not saying no immediately should be given like enough of an answer to realize how seriously I take this thing, but I can't actually. One, probably because I didn't wrestle with it enough, and two, because probably the science behind it is probably more than I could grasp. But Yosef, I mean, Ben, if you don't mind scrolling down, but while we're scrolling, you could take it.
Sorry, I'll one more thing. So we're going here before we treated God like a father. I mean, it wasn't the plural, but here we're coming to him, all of us as one. So it's both the plural but as one. So you end up having this. I mean, to Chadi's point about like this is about all the brothers coming together and asking for their father to bless them together in peace, right? Which is like maybe even a contrast with like the blessings of any of the other children, like but specifically I guess like Esav and Yaakov, right? So they go and they get blessed separately, and by being blessed separately, not only is a deception happening, but a sword is put between them, right? So like this is sort of this tikkun, this rectification, because we want to be blessed together and not separately. Which is a nice way to balance an individual prayer against the communal, which is what this is trying to do, right? Trying to be that bridge. I'll also say there's some interesting comments. We won't get into them deeply, but like that when the one here is not just like the one, it's not just like, don't just bless us as one unity. Like that's one way to read it, but another way to read it is bless us as the one, capital T. So that is Avraham, and there's actually a classic kind of thing in the Kedusha where we say Echad. But there's a debate over saying Echad Eloheinu, because some people might think that they're actually saying Avraham is our God, which you obviously can't do. But there is this kind of interesting tieback that we want God to bless us like Avraham, which would bring us to the very beginning of the Amidah. But there's also this even weirder one. You think that's weird? The much weirder one is someone who connects us to, I think it's Rav Hirsch, who connects us to the fear of God in the garden after man has eaten the tree of good and evil, and God says, God says, "Hein adam haya ke'echad mimenu." Actually, this is before. Now man has become.
The divine council is telling him.
Well, I'm not a divine council guy, but
sure.
Now Adam has become like one of us. Ke'echad mimenu ladat tov v'ra. So there's an echad, which is it's sort of in the sense of like a rectification, not like for Adam, right? Like that we want to be blessed with the ability to have shalom between these, for people who have knowledge of good and evil, to still be able to have shalom is really like the tension, right? And so like, how do you get blessed with shalom as this man who is now like the one, right?
Wait, why is there tension there between knowing good and evil and having peace?
And that's ask Kohelet. Really, I mean, right? Like that is literally the entire theme of the book of Ecclesiastes. How do you balance? But also, I mean, Solomon in other guises, not just Kohelet, right? Like how do you and this is a different fight with the angels, right? Between how do you both have shalom and emet, right? The fact that they are at war is another major midrash, and there's even a pasuk that says shalom emet ahavu, that the goal is to have peace and truth, or like loving each other again. How do you bring that back, because they're really hard. You forfeit peace for the sake of truth, or you forfeit truth for the sake of peace. You can't really. And having them both is really hard. So I do want to just briefly prevent the war of the angels. We're not there yet, and I know, so we can talk about it later, and we can let Chazi read, because he wants to do the last kind of wrap-up paragraph after this one. But there is something to be said about, there's kind of a machloka, a debate on Oseh Shalom Ramav, on this famous liturgical line. It does not appear anywhere in Scripture, but it's sort of made up of parts from different other verses. whether so God who makes peace in the heights, is that the heights are kind of always at peace. Like, so there's this idea that the constellations, kind of follow their path and they don't fight with each other, and the angels kind of God, they just follow what God tells them, and they even give permission to each other, right? They're always asking each other's permission. That's in the kedusha. Right. At the same time, we have all these midrashim about the angels fighting with each other, and I'm not talking about like Enochic, good versus evil fighting, Satan versus God or Zoroastrian. Like, we're not talking about that type of fighting. We're talking about like the angels have competing priorities and their intention, and they often do oppose things like Moses getting the Torah or Jacob in the ladder, but also each other with truth and peace and justice, and right, like, and they are at odds in serious ways, including the big question about whether man should have been created or given the Torah at all, right? Like, those are huge, really important midrashim that do a lot of important symbolic and kind of.
You have the reverse though with Moses. When Moses is dying, God is being challenged, right? Like
that's a different one.
Said, like,
they also challenge God,
right? Gabriel said, "I can't do this."
Well, that's an important one for lots of reasons, because there's also for Christians. I don't know who's listening who's Christian here. I guess not. But that there's this idea that Satan and Michael, or one of the angels, fight over the body of Moses, and it comes from this midrash, but sort of turns it on its head in weird ways.
Right. Samael tries to, once he gets permission to go get Moses' soul, there's like a whole fight over there as well.
So there's a lot to be said about like the use of the angels in these things, but there is this like, is it that there is peace, or is it that God imposes peace? And
here I said the latter.
That's something that's really hard, and right, but also something that's like, even that's the person who like that's really hard to impose peace in the heavens, much less on earth. But like they're both very difficult tasks, and it's not that one. I think there is certainly kind of there is a modern, not particularly Jewish frame, but one where like heaven is just like the super peaceful, perfect place. That everything and that's kind of. And there are Jewish sources that sort of are aligned with that, but for the most part, they tend to the other side, which is like God has to impose peace on both, and that's like real work, and it's not just like a Leviathan Hobbesian, the fear is enough to kind of keep everyone from swallowing each other type thing.
But I'm going back to, again, that's why I think the story of the whole book of Genesis is stressing how difficult it is, but it's possible to achieve.
Yeah.
It's possible to achieve peace.
But not at scale. At a very individual level.
Right. So, I mean, the question is the scale of a nation or a country such as Israel, is that scale already too large?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go. First, sorry, Gilad. It's good to see her, sir. We're going to jump back, Yov, in a moment back to the AI conversation, but let's scroll down, and I just want to read out this last portion, which is very, very beautiful. Okay, so you say, "Yeh ratzon imrei pi v'yegon lefanecha Adonai tzuri v'goali Elohai netzor leshoni merah." This is probably one of my favorite parts of the Amidah, even though this is not technically part of the Amidah. Elohai netzor leshoni merah usfatai medaber mirma ולמקללי נפשי תדום ונפשי כעפר לאכול תהיה. פתח לבי בתורתך ובמצוותך תרדוף נפשי. בכל החושבים עלי רעה מהרע, עפר עצתם מקלל מחשבתם. עשה למען שמך, עשה למען ימיניך, עשה למען קדושתך, עשה למען תורתך, למען יחוצון ידיך הושיע ימינך ויענני. יהי רצון אמרי פי ויגן לפניך, אדוני צורי וגואלי. We take a few steps back. We are leaving the king. We bow down to Oseh Shalom b'Ramav. We bow down to the right. Hu Yaseh Shalom, and then we bow down to the left. And we are done. And then we say this portion over here that God should quickly build the temple hastily and give us a portion in his Torah. And there we will Sham Navdacha B'Ira Kimei Olam Ukeshanim Kadmoniyot. Yavai Liyuda Mechad Yehuda V'Yerushalayim Kimei Olam Ukeshanim Kadmoniyot. You quickly run out of synagogue. No, there's a few other parts that you still have to say right after this. But let's read this in English. Do you want to read this, Ben? Or Kirk, do you want to read this?
I would prefer to read this, but Ben can if you want.
Go ahead.
May the words of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart be acceptable before you, Adonai, my rock and my redeemer. My God, guard my tongue from evil and my lips from speaking deceitfully. May my soul be unresponsive to those who curse me, and let my soul be like dust to all. Open my heart to your Torah, and let my soul pursue your commandments. And all who plan evil against me, quickly annul their counsel and frustrate their intention. Act for the sake of your name, act for the sake of your right hand, act for the sake of your holiness, act for the sake of your Torah, in order that your loved ones be released. Deliver with your right hand and answer me. May the words of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart be acceptable before you, Deny my rock and my redeemer. He who makes peace in his high heavens, may he make a peace upon and upon all Israel, and say Amen. May it be your will, Adonai, our God, and the God of our fathers in the holy temple, be rebuilt speedily in our days, and grant us our share in your Torah, and there we will serve you reverently, as in the days of old and in early years, and let Adonai be pleased with the offerings of Judah and Jerusalem, as in the days of old and in earlier years.
Right. The offerings over here are clearly talking about like sacrificial offerings. However, today when we don't have that, we're making other offerings, right? The offerings of our heart, the offerings of our intentions as well. Well, good to see us as who we are and wanting peace. Go ahead. Thoughts open for all to discuss.
Others first.
So, I there's something about Oseh Shalom and what. First of all, is my microphone better now? I know there were some problems. All right,
Better.
good. So, about Oseh Shalom Momav, like this verse. So, it's related to what you were saying, Joseph, and it's nice to be on a stream with you. We've been talking, but I think we never actually conversed directly. So I'm wondering, first of all, why is there like two plurals there? Like I would understand if there's Bemrumav and Alai and Kol Israel. So who is Aleinu, and are they greater or lesser than Kol Israel? And the second thing is, like, what I struggle with regarding what you were saying is, I get that there's two sort of views of Shalom Bimomav, like whether it is peaceful naturally or it has to be imposed, but I struggle more with Oseh and Yaseh. Like, first of all, like what is the doing to be done, and why are the tenses different? Why is it present tense Bimomav and future tense Aleinu?
Take it away, Yosef. It's directed at you.
Anyone can take it.
It is nice.
Joseph talked about it before. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
It's fine. It's nice to be on stream with you too. I love this one. I say I love this whole paragraph. I've written my own private translation of it that I've shared on the server before. I'm happy to reshare again. This is a particularly interesting line because it comes up a lot. We don't only use it here, right? It comes up like in all these other places in Jewish liturgy, even though it isn't a verse. I like your question a lot of who the Aleinu is. My tendency is to read it smaller in the sense of I think it's at least initially, and we could talk about like we could read it differently, but I think kind of from an originalist perspective at least, I think it's sort of supposed to be the bridge between the community and Israel as a whole. So because Shim Shalom is focused on your specific community in front of you, the people around you, that is the Aleinu. I think we actually use the word Aleinu in that, but then we want to expand it to all Kol Yisrael here. However, there is certainly a valid way to read it, that Aleinu is like all humanity, and then all Kol Yisrael is the carve out. I don't think it's necessarily original intent, but I've certainly seen that interpretation of it, and like it's a lovely one. At the same time, and there are reasons to read it that way in context with the rest of the paragraph, even though it's not original to this paragraph, because the paragraph is going to talk talks earlier about those who might oppose us, and in that case is almost certainly not other Jews. In this paragraph is almost certainly talking about non-Jews who oppose us.
וכל החושבים עליי רעה מהרע הפר עצתם וכלל מחשבתם. Right? Who are these people?
Yeah, but also like that verse, Hefer Satam Kekal Machshavatam, Hefer Satam is coming from some. Oh, I'm probably not going to get it right off the top of my head. It's in the early numbers. It's Rananu Tadikim B'Hashem is the song, and in that line that is very clearly about the. Yeah, you can probably pull it up faster than I can think of it.
33.
There you go, Psalm 33, and that verse specifically is about non-Jewish enemies of Israel, and I think it's actually. I want to come back to this line later because it's a great line. Anyway, so I think you can read it. I do like the other question. So you can read it both ways. The Osa and Yasa are really interesting, right? So Osa Shalom, we have. We also have an Oseh Shlomo V'Reit HaKol, right? We also have in the bracha and the blessing
from Isaiah
the verse in Isaiah, but we also use liturgically. That's the only other place we have this phrase Oseh Shalom, and that it's interesting to think about if Job is playing with Isaiah there, because Oseh Shalom and Ramav, those first three words are in Job, but one of Job's friends who's actually making a point that the text is going to disagree with. But he calls God Oseh Shalom Ramav, right? The one who makes. So there is something interesting here about Shalom in the heavens being about peace between light and darkness, or fire and water, and like this, which is something that only God can do, kind of in a classical frame. But it's something that He's always and actively doing. He's like God is always actively doing that thing, and I think to me that's probably why like the tense makes a lot of sense. Because it's not present tense, it's imperfect, right? I mean, really, this is biblical Hebrew, so this is the imperfect tense. It is an action that has not ended yet, that is ongoing and always. So in some sense, we call that present tense, but like, it's more than that. But then, yeah, it becomes this, like, how do you translate that, sort of a cosmic Oseh Shalom, into like what it means to make peace on earth, right? And that's not just on earth. Actually, it's interesting because it does not use the word on earth or land or anything here, right? This is taking it from the Bimramav and it's bringing it very socially, right, to us, whoever us is, and Israel. So this is a very socially understood piece. This isn't as above, so below in the same way, right? This is much more. Not in the sense of as in the heavens as on earth, as much as like among the, whatever, angels or powers of.
That's interesting. But it would say Shamayim Va'aretz is usually like.
Yeah, but Milramim, right? Like you do get Milramim sometimes used in that sense too, as a Shamayim, but you not here. And to me, this also sort of ties into the Kedusha, right? So the Kedusha, or the Shema Kedusha thing, right? Which is, like, you have these kind of choirs of man and angel kind of singing. Like, there's multiple choirs of angels that are giving each other permission, but at the same time, you also have the choir, like the overall group of angels and man, or at least Israel, singing the Shema, like, and Kedusha antiphonally, right? Where they're kind of like giving each other permission to say it, and like we sort of anticipate them saying it, and then like we say it and they say it, and then we say Shema first, but we technically say Kedusha first as like a nod to them. So this whole thing that's going on in the the choral aspect of the liturgy here, or the imagined choral aspect of the liturgy here, that I think this plays into as sort of a final note.
I have one more. I don't know, small, at least linguistically small. Maybe liturgically it's bigger, because I do feel like Aleinu, like maybe this is just not knowing enough what's common, but like Aleinu feels to me like they're like it's not Lanu, it's not within us, it's not
it's imposed from above.
It comes from above and is like put upon us, right? It's sort of like cover us with a blanket of peace or something like that. So I don't know again if that's misreading the language or is that like important and intentional in that.
Yosef, you could jump on this, but I'm just the name of the blessing is Sim Shalom, right? It's not like it's you're ready. You are you are what's the word I'm looking for? Sim. You are putting
Placing
on.
upon?
Yeah,
Placing upon.
You're placing, right? You're placing peace.
Somebody else is placing, because I mean, we also have Leinu prayer. So to
I
speak.
would say imposing.
Imposing. Well, right. Well, that does relate to what we're saying about Oseh Shalom B'Marav. We're hinting at the fact that only you are the one that could impose peace in the heavens, and that's why which is already so great, and that's why you're the only one that can also impose peace here. And it needs to be Aleinu Val Kol Yisrael, like Yosef was talking about, because after I did this whole personal little blessing, right? I worked on my inner self. I'm wrapping up with coming back out into the community. And then I also realized that between me and the community, there's differences, but I'm already trying to lock us as an Aleinu. And then I know there's differences between my community and Greater Israel, right? Like there's a lot of different people over there. And that's where I need the most amount of help, right? Like, which is I'm working on myself right now, but then I'm going to also be required to really bring peace on my community and the people of Israel. And at that point, I definitely need God's intervention to impose, so to speak, which
So just to be sure, if I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
So you're saying basically that there's an undertone of like letting go of agency or responsibility for what is beyond me, like that I cannot make peace beyond whatever scale I'm capable of, and so I need God to Yaseh Shalom Aleinu. Like I do my part, and that's enough. Is that like the undertone that you're talking about?
Sort of, just because what I was saying earlier was that peace is not the natural mode, right? And because of that, because in we live in a world where there is competition, and the fact that life is already imposed to us from the outside, where they're saying that, quote unquote, it's not necessarily a bug, but like part of it needs to be that you are, you're interacting with us and assisting us at this end. Like obviously I'm not giving up. I'm pushing, I'm doing everything I can up to a certain point.
I just want to say, like, if we're, I don't know if this is connected to it, but when you say Aleinu, it just reminds me of the Aleinu prayer, Aleinu l'shabeach l'Adon hakol. It's incumbent and it's upon us to praise God. So there, it's less, even though there's a part of it which is maybe the reducing agency, right? It's not all within your capability, but it is incumbent on you. It's your responsibility. This responsibility is placed upon you. Or shalom, or the fact that this shalom needs to exist here, is also your responsibility. So in that prayer, Aleinu means it's your responsibility to praise God. Aleinu l'shabeach. And maybe we can take it here as well. I don't know. I just want
so I'm gonna about it. We've had Aleinu a lot in the Amidah. I just don't think we've been paying attention to it as a specific word. We had it in Barech Aleinu. It's in Mloch Aleinu, Ager Tzedek V'Aleinu Yamun Rachamecha, Shema Kolenu Chus V'Rachem Aleinu, Rachim Aleinu V'Sheinu Kilech Inenu. Right? We've had it I think 6 of the 18, 19 prayers basically.
But how many of them have Israel as well?
Only one. The only other one that has it is Sim Shalom. And this, I think, it's a deliberate. Well, actually, technically 2, because Al Tzadikim has Israel, but it's further up in the list. Generally, in the Amidah, it's been used as paired with Rachem, to have compassion upon us. So it is kind of the preposition that goes with Rachem. However, we had it at least once in the impositional sense, to Yoav's point. We have Umloch Aleinu. But really, this is the first line of Sim Shalom, right? This is, I think, the closest thing this is building on is it's taking the first line of Sim Shalom, place Shalom, not just Shalom upon us, but Shalom Tova Uvracha, right? So this isn't just we want peace. We want a peace that is itself a blessing and is good, because not all peace is good and a blessing. chen chesed v'rachamim, so grace, love, and compassion, upon us, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael amecha, upon us and all Israel, your nation. So to me,
you can't. You have to still bring in the context of this is happening after Birkat Kohanim, though, right? Like this is in the context of peace, chen, all those things were like already addressed.
yes, but and we want those things in Birkat Kohanim, but we want them for the good, right? We want those for the good, and specifically we want them not just for us but for all Israel. So this is part of my argument for why Oseh Shalom. The original context for Allah is probably more smaller, and I think it's building outward as opposed to the other way. At the same time, I think Oseh Shalom is deliberately deriving language from the beginning of Sim Shalom to sort of, I think it does expand it. Even though Aleinu may not be the expansion, I think in some sense it basically is doing the other thing, the more Kabbalistic thing of saying like that there is this deep connection between the shalom that you bring upon us and all of Israel and the shalom in the Meramim, in the heights. And like we, bless us to be able to bring shalom, have that responsibility to Ben's point, have that responsibility and be able to bring that here. I don't think it's as fully like I hear the ability to read it sort of like the AA prayer of let me have the ability to change what I can and be at peace, or what is it, and
where's Chad when you need him?
Yeah, and like be at peace with the stuff that I do not, and the ability to know the difference, something like that, right? There's something to that. I don't think it's really there though. I think that this is not just saying like you don't have, like this is certainly not a limitation of responsibility. This is saying, it is recognizing that like I have a lot of work to do and I have a responsibility and I'm human, and like I start with the things in front of me. This is not an absolution of responsibility. It is saying that you need serenity of prayer. Thank you, John. That you definitely need for your efforts, for any of your efforts to succeed, even the most minute efforts with yourself to succeed, you need God's help, right? Like, so I think like that's like, yes, like that's like the recognition of one's finitude and a kind of acceptance of that, and there's serenity there, but it's not in the sense of absolution from a responsibility.
Right, but I want to make sure, Gilad, I don't think you were saying that. I think you recognize the difference, right? It's not saying that like I don't need to do anything. You're just realizing my limits.
Yeah, I think the way I understood what Joseph was saying is just that, this is maybe a combination of what Ben was saying and what Joseph was saying. That it's like it says like place upon us, right, the constraint that peace is something that we must strive for, or something like that. Like if I understand this, like if it's like mloch aleinu, like if it's that type of aleinu, then it's sort of make peace something that constrains us to the way we must be in the world. I think that's what I understood.
No, I cannot relate to all of the text. I'm too small for that. All I can relate is to this one sentence. And if I read this one sentence as it is, it's talking about he who makes peace in his heaven. Now, I don't know about any disarray in heaven. Like there was some kind of conflict in heaven and the angels were fighting each other and God was making peace among them. I don't know any such story. As I said, I'm just reading this one sentence. So what can it mean? He who makes in Hebrew is a profession, is the adjective. He who makes peace, that's an adjective of what we're talking about. And just to clarify, he is in heaven. He who makes peace that resides in heaven. So that's just an addressing who are we talking about? Now, he's going to make peace. He's not going to bring peace. He's going to make peace. Meaning that the peace doesn't exist at the moment. It's not a concept that exists now and has to be brought to us, or we have to fetch it. It's something new that is not currently in existence and will be in existence in the future. And about who I hold the first interpretation. We are praying in a community. It's this praying community and generally all of Israel. And
But,
I'm not joking. This is extremely Calvinistic.
But that shalom is also God's name. Right? That's like I'm saying. So he's not the maker. We're not saying he's the maker of himself or the maker of God. But this goes back to the idea of this container or this vessel that we need to do, which is also the container for all the other blessings we just read, which is if you want this blessing here, you need to create a vessel which is called peace, where God could dwell in as well, because that's being aware of all those elements. So yes, God is the maker of peace that He's done in heavens, as in there's a place, there's an element which is unified. We do not feel that unification over here, right? We've and that goes back to the seventh day, the eighth day, all the things we spoke about earlier, and back to Joseph and his brothers. That's an inkling of like where you could see peace is possible, and back to Joseph's thing about scale. So Aleinu Al Kol Yisrael is making us being aware of the scale as well, which is I need to make containers of myself. I need to make a peaceful container for my community, and then I also need it to be on and Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu. First of all, I already recognize myself as an individual, right? So like I know that I have my own responsibilities here to do. Val Kol Yisrael, because at that point, it's not like I'm walking around to every community and building them and raising them and telling them what to do, which is I'm going to need heaven's blessings also to make sure that kind of coordination could really happen across the whole situation, where you could create shalom, which is what we all want, right? I mean, different than what Imagine, right? That horrible song by John Lennon was talking about, right? Because he's saying like, when I flatten all the differences, that's going to be the time where there isn't war. So we disagree with getting to that point, but with how we get there. But that song is a song about also trying to create a vessel which would allows everyone to be like in that peace mindset. All right, this could continue. I'm gonna bust out, but Ben.
Okay. First, I need to clarify my first comment. You have started this broadcast exactly at 10 past, which is the exact minute in which Green Grease started his broadcast. And now Green Grease has gone away on his train, so we're getting the usual suspect starting to arrive.
I got you. Okay.
But they should know our schedule. The schedule is fixed.
Correct. This is not a surprise, but this has been fantastic. You guys can continue the conversation, but I personally have gained, as I always do, learning these prayers and learning it with people like you, who have your own perspectives, which assist me tremendously. And these different perspectives, these different faces over here, these different images are all in a very, very small scale, right? This is a little Aleinu, but it's also Kalal Yisrael as well. Definitely to our Noahides out there and to Kirk. All of us together get to see each other and slowly but surely create a better understanding of who the master of the universe is and what we're praying for. We will continue with another series, Ben. We need to talk about what that is we want to learn. Was it Sefer Karim, or we have a different idea that we want to do? Yosef, obviously, you're also welcome to throw in some ideas into the hat. But what's the next thing we should do? Yoav, you have command of the ship. I bid you guys adieu.
So I will start.
Thank you, guys.
as I promised, to say something about AI as the other. Okay, so AI is still a computer. Uh, it's still a Turing machine. So all it can do is to do calculation, and basically what is doing in average of everything that was said before, and giving you an average answer. Except when it is intentionally skewed. If the makers of the AI wanted him to be good according to their definition of good, then his output will be the average skewed to that direction that was defined by his makers as good. But still, the answers are not predictable. And this is something that was added to the computers in the early days. They realized that at the point of the invention of the computer, that is going to be a very boring machine if the answer is going to be always predictable. And some tasks, like in statistics, will not be able to be conducted if everything is predictable. You cannot address the issue of randomness. This is why the pseudo-random function was introduced into the computation. Pseudo-random is still deterministic, but it appears to us as random.
Yeah.
So what AI is doing is giving you the average answer, skewed to the direction that dictated by its maker, plus temperature, plus a random function. So what makes it unique, makes its personality unique, is either repeating whatever everything is saying, or whatever his makers wanted him to say, or just a random number generator. And this doesn't qualify as being the other. End of story.
Well, that actually is a question that I was going to ask Yosef, if you, Yosef, have worked with the idea of world models.
Yes.
I believe this is the person who gets the credit for this would be LeCun.
I mean, certainly is the popularizer, but he claims a lot of credit from others.
But so my understanding is world models basically are, they, instead of his philosophy essentially of machine learning is that instead of pre-programming it like this, it has basically dynamic interaction with the environment.
Yes. I mean, yes, there are still serious kind of drawbacks to even the world model approach, but it would certainly be an advance.
Yeah, and isn't that
fundamentally have, from a top-down perspective, a strong objection that there's no way that God could ever instill any of this stuff. At the same time, the gap is massive, to Yoav's point, and that and world models are not going to be the complete solution either. Are they going to get us closer to something? I don't know, not necessarily closer to having a soul or consciousness. It's certainly something. Certainly the appearance of intelligence, sure. Since I've already done since I've already written multiple Substack pieces on this kind of thing, if people want to look at that, the Snakes and Ladders article specifically is a guy plays the AI into our play Snakes and Ladders, or the 2 hours I spent with Sam Tideman on this, or even the Vervaeke Peugeot Sam conversation. I don't agree with Vervaeke necessarily on the carbon kind of, that has to be like organic carbon-based life form type, like woo, which is kind of where he goes with it. I do think that there is something to his point about a weakness even for world models, in that us as organic systems, I'm not saying carbon-based here, but just like us as living processes, organic systems, from a very materialist perspective, even that perspective will have a real challenge with like we don't work like reinforcement learning does. Like yes, reinforcement learning sort of mimics some things, but like it's still very highly reductive in a way that like just doesn't capture how life actually works. And the world models are making a really strong bet on reinforcement learning in some sense. That you close the dynamic feedback loops, and that is true. Like feedback is super important. Feedback is important. You need it for all these things, but the way that, let's say, life takes in feedback and then kind of iterates on it is not the same as the way that RL loop does. And that's a really serious. Like that's one of the best points he made, I think, actually, in that conversation. And generally, I have a lot of disagreement with him on these things, and I think he is a little too woo, and I think he's snatching at straws often. But this one was I think, a worthwhile insight to kind of pursue.
Yeah.
But since I'm not gonna, I've already, I've talked about it for hours before, so like, rewatch that stuff.
Yeah,
maybe.
but that question isn't directly that. It's a different question. Sorry.
Well, no, even about the other, even about it being the other. I mean, that's exactly about. Can it? I think it has the potential to teach us a ton about our humanity in a very deep way. It will confront us with what it means to be human in a way that like a capital O other really can. That doesn't make it an other in like that doesn't require it to have a soul, to be conscious, to be any of that, right? Like
I know.
Yeah,
but my question was actually, the question that I was about to ask was actually a third question. It's not about AI consciousness. It's more about basically the epistemology of deep learning. So like, I haven't watched a lot of his stuff, but I did watch an interview between Lex Fridman and I think is his first name Jan, I think. Jan LeCun. He was talking about basically the epistemology of deep learning, and I remember him mentioning like how it's probabilistic, but that there's different understandings of the relationship between machine learning and epistemology. Some of them use like Markov chain Monte Carlo simulations. Some of them use other models. Some of them use like, to my understanding, he I remember him saying he advocates for something called the energy based model, where it's basically it has an input, and then the difference between the input and the expected output, it tries to minimize the energy, which is the difference between them. And I was just curious if you had a preferred model for epistemology of machine learning.
No, I do not. I think that they all are trying to get at different aspects of some. That's not totally true. I do prefer physics-based models, not specifically energy, but more broadly. I think there's a lot to be said about the people who are doing some really, really impressive modeling work on that. It gets into people, especially people who are coming at it from a topology angle, I think are doing some really useful things. But that's as to like how much of a difference that will make for like the philosophy, the epistemology side, is not so clear to me. I think a lot of these things are people are going to interpret them metaphorically through different lenses, and like I'm much more focused on kind of the rigor of the, especially around like things like hallucinations, things like the smoothness or discontinuity and how they deal with them, the diffusion of knowledge through these networks. I think there's a lot to be said there for the physics models, but I'm not sold on a specific type, and I think like the narrative we tell about them is secondary. There's gonna be, and then a lot of the epistemology, what I've seen is really just kind of ad hoc narrative to try to justify like, oh, this kind of looks like something that we'd expect, or looks human and biological or whatever. That to me is less interesting in some ways. I don't really want to pay attention to what's going on.
Add a tiny point to that, specifically about physics, that I found it really interesting to see how much of the advancements done in different fields of AI, specifically like image reconstruction uses diffusion models, and like counter-propagating diffusion, and the whole temperature thing is basically treating the system as analogous to a statistical mechanics problem, saying that you have like the balance between minimizing energy and maximizing entropy. And that's where temperature comes in, and it's like modeled the same thing, the same way, which to me just points to how when we want to optimize a system that has really huge amounts of parameters, then the research of systems in real life that self-optimize for huge amounts of parameters really comes into play. And that's not epistemological at all. It's just something I found interesting.
Yeah, well, I was more so asking about like the different philosophies of probability. To my understanding, what Gilad is talking about, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Gilad, and Yosef, I believe this comes up in your work. It's like, I believe the name of it is like stochastic calculus, or like Ito calculus, right? When you have a function that's not differentiable, so you have basically a probability distribution with a mean of 0 and a variance of, I think it's the variance changes over time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like random walks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
we've
yeah,
gotten
and
very
so,
technical here.
well, the reason I asked is basically, so does stochastic calculus pop up in your works, Yosef?
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine it. I know some stochastic calculus from finance, and I mean, I'm not an expert in mathematics, but I think I know more math than most people. But yeah, I'm interested in learning more math because essentially machine learning is all math, right? And some philosophy.
Yes. At some level, yeah. The materialist would say it's all math.
Yeah, and and how about does like Galois theory ever pop up?
Yep. No, sorry. In AI, it's actually funny you mention that because I don't find it pops up in my stuff at all. I'm aware where there are places where it could intersect, but I was just watching the Dorkesh interview with what's his face, the guy who does 3 Blue 1 Brown, the math.
Grant Sanderson.
Yeah, with Grant, and that's an excellent conversation. And they have a whole segment for some reason. They go down this rabbit hole of Galois theory, which is really fun. But
Yeah.
it doesn't usually pop up in my AI stuff too much, honestly. But I could see where maybe someone could get it in there.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand, Galois theory is about basically groups of solutions to polynomial equations up to a certain exponent, right? Up to a certain dimension.
Yep.
And so I don't see how that would be particularly relevant for AI, but I do know AI uses linear algebra and multivariable, like multidimensional things.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it's in some ways it's a reduction technique, Galois theory. I mean, you can use it as one, and all forms of reductive techniques are interesting to some degree for AI because we can't deal in the massive multidimensional spaces, and we definitely need some sort of factor reduction. So or parameter reduction. So that's like one of many possible ways that one might try to deal with something. It's also like obviously for finding solutions. I would be, yeah. I mean, it's one of those areas where like I would not be totally shocked if AI in fact was like set on like find a good way to make Galois theory more useful for AI. And I'm sure like it could come up with something that was some sort of recursive self-improvement from it because it seems too close. Even though I can't think of one off the top of my head, but it knows more math than me and it can think about it for a lot longer than I can.
That makes sense. And isn't that why the Fourier series is used in computer vision to simplify complicated sets of data?
That's sort of. Fourier is a way to transform the what do you want to call it? Kind of like the world you're working in, right?
I've answered it. The Fourier series is only useful when the reality you're trying to map is repeating, is
stationary.
Periodic.
Stably periodic.
And if you said like Jan Godet, there's nothing new under the sun and everything is always repeating, then introducing that on top of a neural network will give you some useful results, but only on that assumption.
Yeah, but I thought the colloquial term for repeating is stationary.
Uh,
No, not really.
not no. I mean, it depends. Again, it depends what domain you're working in. If you're in a time domain or frequency domain, like it really depends. But usually, yeah, we would say something like periodic or periodically stable. Um, but we're thinking in much more time domain. I guess if you're in a frequency domain, you probably would think of it as a stationary signal to some degree. You see this a lot in electrical engineers versus mechanical engineers. They'll describe these, like they'll switch between these two because you have to code switch. What's stationary to an
Or
electrical
in
engineer
finance, I've heard people
different.
say it's called stationary.
Yeah, and electrical engineers would probably often agree with you because just because of the way when you measure the signals on their screens, it looks stationary, even though it's really a periodic, stable.
It literally comes from the oscilloscope. Like
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the,
to some degree, I think for the EE guys, it's from the oscilloscope kind of readings. Yeah, it's just funny, right? But like, it makes sense because it looks stationary on the oscilloscope. You track the wave, but it's stably synced.
Yeah.
I keep
Anyway.
finding ways because I moved, like my supervisor is from engineering, so I keep finding ways in which engineers have different words for things that don't make sense to me as a physicist.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just, and I'm sorry if this is too heavy questions, Yosef. It's just that I'm interested in math recently because of my degree, and I'm interested in math for machine learning as well.
No,
Okay,
I know.
I
That's
want to just give you a hint. If you're limiting yourself on the Fourier transform, you're limiting in your application. You have to generalize it to map functions that are not periodic, and this is why you have the Laplace transform.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know the
Because
Laplace transform. Yeah.
so don't talk about the Fourier transform. Start talking about the Laplace transform, and then you are mapping reality more accurately.
Yeah. So I imagine. Yeah. So I imagine, Yosef, that the Laplace transform is more irrelevant
Ask
for.
Yoav. Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Ask Yoav. I mean, I like the
Yeah.
Laplace transform, but
Yeah. Well, I was specifically going to ask if it's relevant for your work in machine-human trust.
I had to do a course of complex analysis and learn my Laplace transforms as part of my undergrad.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And
I had a small sample size of machine human trust recently. I'm a lab instructor in my in physics for second year physics students. I was checking to see how many of them actually use AI for their studies, and mostly they don't because they don't trust it enough. Like they just mainly say that it undermines itself by being like 80% of the time accurate, and that's,
Yep.
that's just like, if you want to actually study and you have a risk of like 20% studying something that's actually false, they say it's just not useful for them.
Yeah, but then what compare it to humans? Compare, like, that's, like, what is the TA, my math TA, like, how often are they wrong? And do you know?
That's true, except that they don't necessarily need to talk with the TA compared to talking with like a book, right?
Yep.
So like Griffiths,
I hear you. Part of it's also the mistakes are different. So the mistake, it's not because it has a jagged like capability kind of curve. Basically, like when an AI makes something that seems like a more simple mistake from a human perspective, it undermines trust far more than if it made a complex mistake. Humans, our intelligence tends to, like, we have different types of intelligences, but generally in any given person, they correlate strongly with each other. You don't usually find mismatches between verbal skills and reasoning skills and visual skills. And like, this general intelligence is a thing, right? General intelligence is this quotient that's behind, and you might have other things that vary on top of it, but it tends to be this thing behind the rest. AI doesn't have a general intelligence in the same way. It's much more jagged, and that's actually something that we see, weirdly enough. We have a human parallel because you do see it in people with certain types of people on the spectrum, but also people who have different types of deficits or brain damage, aphasia, right? So we actually have good human parallels for jaggedness. There's like a lot less work on the epistemology of like let's say pathological kind of neurofunction, but that's really where the epistemology for AI needs to come in. is like we need to treat these things as like they're someone who has aphasia or someone who has autism, and like start thinking about it in that way. But like, okay, by treat, I do not mean to fully anthropomorphize them. Caveat everything here, but like there's a lot of obviously weird downstream effects of treating them like that. But like we do have epistemologies that sort of, weirdly enough, like from the disability community, there's actually epistemologies here. People who do philosophy of disability have things that could be helpful here that I've not seen anyone really seriously move in. And to my last, I brought this up with Sam. Like I think a lot of the philosophers are just super behind on the kind of thinking about LLMs and they're not thinking about them in the way they're not good old fashioned AI. Right, they're not, which is much more left-brained, and this stuff is very right-brained coded. A lot of these LLMs are like pattern seeking in ways that the right brain is. It makes mistakes, it hallucinates in the same way. But like, again, like as I said to him, like there's no way that people now would tell you that the master emissary paradigm should be true for LLMs to machine learning, like to traditional machine learning, right? Like the two hemispheres are just, they are interacting already, right? We have LLMs telling us how to write code for machine learning, and machine learning telling us how to like do prediction and improve neurosymbolic stuff on the LLM side. The neurosymbolic stuff, like plus with LLMs, is trying to be the corpus callosum, but like there's a lot of very kind of rough stuff that has not been worked out at all, and the philosophers are behind. The philosophers are 10 years behind, like even at least. People, even the Gilchrists or Meeks or like these people, Polanyi's, like people who kind of downstream of those guys, they just don't. I don't think they really understand like what this means for philosophy. I think they're still very, very kind of, to Yoav's point about kind of, it's either super deterministic or we're going to have random number generators. But like there's something in between here. It's not quite that, because this is finding patterns that humans care about that are things that we have not found. Like that is real. That is an emergent property. It might be low-hanging fruit to some degree, but like, yeah. Anyway, I have a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, for example, I presume Yosef, you've seen an image of like the Mendelbrot set, like
Yes.
in mathematics. Yeah, you have a bounded pattern that is. I forgot the exact formula for it, but it's basically it seems chaotic, but it's bounded.
No, you did not forget it. It's y equal x squared.
Yeah, it was. I think it's like x squared plus c, and it's when it's bounded. Yeah.
So you cannot forget this formula.
Yeah, and so it's like you have something that seems chaotic, but it's actually ordered. And is that what you're getting at, Yosef?
It wasn't quite where I was going, but think about it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think part of that is also that it's not just seems chaotic, but like you would not. It seems like it's an iterated, you only get the picture through iteration, right? It's an iterated solution. There's no closed. Well, we talk about what it means to have a closed form in this case, but like there's not really a closed form version of this kind of pattern in chaos theory, but there's kind of a meta framework to understand what the pattern would still look like. The problem is with the AI stuff, we don't know that meta pattern yet in some sense. Like the emergent properties, like when what's a good example of this? Okay, so you know how in physics there's phase transitions between the different phases, and really what phase transitions are, like the way you would actually like try to figure out how they happen is like you do renormalization, right? So you have millions of tiny, or thousands at least, of thousands of little interactions of the gases, the molecules, whatever's going on. But like ultimately, as you zoom out, you can actually see these places where there's like much larger patterns happening, right? There's flows, and above the flows, there's actually like there's thresholds and there's transition lines, and like all of those things kind of emerge out of it. So we don't really have a good characterization of the emergent properties of the AI. There's billions of parameters, right? Like it should have normalization properties that come out of it, and it should kind of collapse or reduce to them to some, not really reduce to them, but at one level we should be able to analyze it at that scale. And we're still figuring those out. Like the AI safety community, that's like actively, like a lot of their focus is like, they wouldn't call it this. They don't use this language to speaking about physics versus engineering terms. but like basically they're trying to figure out like where what kind of the emergent macro properties of these materials, these virtual, I don't know, intelligence materials are coming out to. So but that's not even dealing with chaos theory, right? Like to some degree, like that's regardless of whether this is chaotic or just like kind of a stable dynamic system.
Yeah.
But on top of that, like there are questions. You don't always get those emergent properties, and you can't predict those like where they'll emerge or how they'll emerge, right? So like that's part of the point, is that like you basically have to solve them through iteration, and it will appear, at least initially, they'll appear kind of random, but eventually, like, yeah, they should make sense to your kind of Mandelbrot metaphor.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I was more so getting, perhaps I was misinterpreting you. But the thing is, the reason I was saying originally I was interested in the question of whether AI could be conscious, but right now I'm just not that interested in that. I think what a much more interesting question is not the analog between AI and the human mind. It's what does AI mean for basically the philosophy of information, like epistemology, like how we come to know things. Like I think the mind body problem is just so. That's just so. I just think it's just so unimportant compared to like epistemology, and just not for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed it before, and I disagree with it. So.
Yeah, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree, but just to give an argument, like the mind, even if AI could be conscious, it's not any time near conscious. Whereas AI has epistemological significance right now for markets and for the economy.
I'm not sure, like, the epistemological like value of how we come to know things is, I don't know, AI just comes to know things in a very, very, very different way from how we come to know things. Is at least my impression, right? Like there's very little that I can see about the scale and type of learning that AI does in comparison to what humans do.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's just that I've become really interested in mathematics recently, and part of it is because I used to be very into like the philosophy that I consider to be quite speculative and very like mind body, and but like I've become less interested in speculation, more interested in like concrete mathematics and science in general. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, I want to answer Chezi. Chezi has been begging us to relate to this question from the Bible. He keeps insisting that we will refer to the Bible in this question like any other question. And I was racking my brain. I mean, where do I find AI in the Bible? And what I come up with is the Urim Tumim. Urim Tumim is a machine. It has the property that it is always right. It always gives you the right answer. And this is why it's not like the AI that we have now, because the AI that we have now sometimes doesn't give you the right answer. And for that, we have in the Bible all sorts of menachashim, idonim, all sorts of people with using different techniques to give you answers and to predict the future. And they have the property that their answers sometimes were not right. Sometimes they were right. I think quite often they were right. Other people will not have referred to them. For example, the witch of Endor. I'm sure she was right a lot of times. But this is forbidden. This is the Bible is teaching us away from that. Teaching us away from a process or a machine that sometimes give you the wrong answers. And I am reminded of stories that I get. I have colleagues that used to work in the Soviet Union on computers in the 70s and 80s. And the computers they have in the Soviet Union then, like 10-20% of the time, didn't give you the right answer. But since it was randomly the wrong answer, you can program around that. And they could use, they did useful physical models in aviation with those sorts of computers. And my conclusion is, if the wrong answer is random, then it's kosher. You can still use it. But if the processor machine is trying to do psychology on you, is trying to the wrongness of the answer is related to the process trying to influence you towards a certain ideology or even buying more of it, like any soothsayer. It will give you wrong answers to the direction that you will come to the soothsayer again and pay more money. And this is what the AI of today is doing, in fact. And this is strongly taught away by the Bible.
Yeah. Real quick,
That
since
was
you,
good. I like that.
I
There's
did
a
like
lot
it.
to talk about there on
Yeah.
what the Bible is actually trying to prevent when it does something like comes out against oracles or divination.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a really fruitful line. Thanks.
Yeah. Just real quick, since we're talking about people in the comments and Hezi, just real quick, just a young god, please play nice. I see you calling Mrs. AUY7 a cutie pie. It's kind of a disrespectful thing to call a woman in some context, and so I would just say, please play nice.
Yes, please be nice, but I'm going to forgive young God a lot. He's a pet troll. As long as it doesn't say things that are too harsh or maybe some. I just learned that he's been banned by Green Grease. To be banned by Green Grease is an achievement.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's interesting, Yosef. Though, and I'm sorry, wasn't trying to dismiss the mind-body problem. It was just that I was just saying I was just not particularly interested in nowadays. But I do think it's interesting to see the parallels between what the Torah is talking about and modern technology. I don't know of much scholarship on it, but I do know there are some rabbis. I couldn't name you any names, but I do know there are some rabbis who've been talking about these parallels. Um, I did have one more question. Oh, and but goodbye, Gilad.
Bye, Gilad. Nice to
I was
have
just
you.
going to say I did have another question, if that's okay, about cryptography. And so I presume, of course, you took complex analysis. So you've heard of the Riemann hypothesis and all that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's basically, just for anyone, it's related to the solutions to what's called the Riemann zeta function. It's non-trivial zeros. The real part is 1/2, I believe, and basically it has to do with the distribution of prime numbers as well, because if it's true, then the distribution of prime numbers is modelable. And to my understanding, isn't this the basis of modern cryptography? Because it's based on prime factorization.
It's tied to it. I don't think RSA uses Riemann directly, but it's certainly related.
What was that? Sorry.
I mean, it's related to it. I don't know that it uses it directly. It certainly comes up. I mean, you can look up the history of the RSA algorithm. It's one of the guys, Shamir's. I met Shamir. He's a nice Israeli guy, professor. It is the basis of modern, cryptographic systems at the moment until the quantum ones are. Chezi. How am I going to bring this back to Hashem on cryptography? It's become a just chatting post. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, Look up
Okay,
look up RSA. I guess his name is Shamir. Shamir has some very important symbolic meanings for crafting this thing.
I have an angle that may please.
Okay, you got one?
First, I met Shamir as well, dozens of years ago. When we talk about the zeta function, the question is, do the integers have a structure? Is there a beautiful architecture to the numbers? And the people that follows Pythagoras believe that numbers are holy. And we may discover some deep hidden truth hidden within the numbers. I doubt that we have the capacity for that. I think it is for the angels and not for us. But if God manifests itself in the physical world, in the beauty of the physical world, why wouldn't God be seen through the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're getting to a distribution of numbers, and that's related to, I believe, mysticism and Judaism to some extent, right? With gematria.
Could be, but
Yeah.
someone in the comments has told us not to talk about gematria.
But I mean, to be fair to Hezi though, if you believe that basically everything comes from Hashem, including the number system, then wouldn't any discussion about mathematics be basically a reflection of Hashem's image?
Oh, of course, just like physics.
Yeah, physics.
Well, I mean, maybe not any. Actually, no. Sorry, I'm gonna go back there for a second. I think if it's an argument for the sake of heaven, yes. There's certainly arguments from around math and physics that are not for the sake of heaven, that are not for Hashem's sake.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, I just think that the problem is, and this is not a criticism of Hezi specifically. It's just when I'm talking about something, I think Hezi, and I could be wrong. So I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting you. Please tell me, Hezi. But it seems like you always want to bring something like this. How is this related to Judaism or Torah? And Torah does not put bills on the table. Torah does not secure your internet system. Torah does not build the machine learning that we use to build the modern economy and the technology that we use to build a modern world. Like some things are.
The Haredim would disagree with you, but Chazi's not Haredi. At the same time, I understand this stream is supposed to, in fact, be dedicated to learning about the liturgy, and to keep it on theme, I think, is part of the point. Just like David B enforces that his streams are about, the chapter, or at least something Tanakh related to the chapter. I think Chazi is trying to maintain such a boundary, and I can appreciate that. And yes, and I am disappointed. I'll say this. Oh, is he gone?
Gilad?
Oh, sorry, no. Chazi, I will say I am a little disappointed. I would have liked to talk more about the final paragraph of the Amidah. It's much more than just what says Shalom Ramav. I think there's a lot there, but I understand if this is the end of the series, and that's what is planned for, fine. But yeah. Anyway, that's my own personal, bringing it back to the topic at hand. But I'm supposed to be working on it. Otherwise, I would do a whole thing just on that paragraph and spend another hour on it.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about math for hours, but if you got to go, you got to go.
It's less about that. It's more just I want to respect Fuzzy's wishes for the stream, and we can start a different stream on that deals with mathematics and physics and AI. But I understand that it is his stream, and even though he's not here, Still gets the separate.
And I'm sorry, Hazy, I'm not trying to derail. It's just that my understanding is that we have the prayer study, and then afterwards, Kirk can ask Mike his questions.
I don't think that's what he's understand.
Yeah.
But I can appreciate it.
So what was your final commentary you said about the paragraph? Just to summarize it?
To summarize it. The final intention, which is not part of the original thing, and it was a rabbi's private prayer. There's actually a bunch of rabbis who bring private prayers in the Talmud about what their final thing after the whole thing, like what personal prayers would they say? And we have, so it's actually an example of a personal prayer that weirdly enough became formalized into the liturgy. I'm not so worried because a lot of Jewish prayers like that. But one, this is supposed to be a spot to add personal prayers that weren't part of the main part, which is important. Two, this personal prayer, and the reason it was chosen is very focused on speech, and kind of knowing the limits of one's speech, which is interesting to put juxtaposed with prayer, and that this speech doesn't have basically any, I'm going to call it, like a defect, right? So like nothing that would, so in a sense, the same way that like you would be offering a sacrifice and it shouldn't be defective, like the prayer, we pray that there's not a defect in it, but then it's weird because we're not saying that the prayer is perfect. Instead we say, instead we say that those who would take issue with us, not take issue with our prayer, but with us, who would curse us, I'll be able to be quiet before them, and to not respond to silence, and that it's a language of being like dust, right? So like let's say like Job, I'm a dust angel. So it's at the end of this prayer, moving back into a space of silence and humility, realizing, saying that it looks perfect, but also realizing that it is likely not, and that it does not. And it's not, you still will have enemies at the end of this prayer. Like you have not solved any of the problems, like with praying about the priest. That's not how you solve it. But the first step that you get to realizing that is this posture of humility, not responsiveness, just struggle with a lot. But then there's also this really interesting thing where it takes this language of it's often like means mistranslated, that you that God. Translations usually has it as like kind of like mess up their plans against me, right? So that they're plotting against me somehow, which is very kind of typical Psalms language that David uses all the time. But here they're not actually using David's words exactly. They are, but they're using a different set, which is like to annul. It's actually a language of the nullification of vows. That you're going to annul like their commitments against me, just as I am kind of being silent before them. And so there is this like, I don't know, I find it fascinating. I find the whole back and forth fascinating. That's why I tried to translate it in different ways. But and then there is a very direct thing to whoever said it, Ben or Gilad, and they're both not here now, but there is this very direct part that's then added to this personal prayer that says like, don't do this for my sake, but do it for yours, for the sake of your name, for the sake of your Torah, for the sake of like that, like this is beyond me, and even like my requests are not like, don't do my requests because I'm asking you to do them because like they're aligned with your will. Insofar as they align with your will, do them, right? Like don't do any like there is this other part of the posture of humility here, which is like and then we go into in this way you basically like you give space, you unconstrain your beloved ones, and save me. So like here there's this weird, it's like it's salvation, but it's not salvation like Christians would talk about usually, right? This is a very like in the moment, like save me from myself in some sense, but also from my enemies and from like not being aligned with you, and like this yeah, because again, kind of doubling into this humility posture, and then you have the line that everyone was talking about like making peace with the great ones, with the heights. Therefore, make peace with us and Israel. But now it's been totally reframed, because now it's not about now it's not just coming as like a new line added to the previous blessing, but now you've had this entire paragraph about like trying to embody this humility, being like dust, and now you're saying, as you make peace in the heights, which is the contrast, right? Like, and there, then we kind of tie everything together. Anyway, that was like that's longer than I probably should have talked, but that brings us back. And then there's a piece after that too. There's 2 extra lines that Chazi wants to remind me of. That is like an extra little prayer that we say, like that all of this needs to kind of be returned to like the temple service, as an offering that that not just finds favor, but actually like that is sweet, right? Like that there's a sweetness to this that God, that we hope He can bring out of it.
Because you're saying, Yosef, it's important to remember that portion is not from the prophets.
I assume that's what I think I addressed that, but maybe not. Anyway, if I didn't address the right thing with that to that point, Fezzi, I'm sure he can pop in and correct me. Hi, Sandy.
Hey, Sandy, how you doing?
Okay. I missed the actual prayer portion today. I'm having a little smoke difficulty breathing. Passed out and slept.
Is your Jacob doing fine?
As far as I know, he's doing great. Last time I saw him. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. And correct me if I'm mistaken, but then you said that he had a developmental atypicality.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, we were sort of talking about the thing with Yosef was bringing up. We're talking about basically how AI is sort of similar to Asperger's cognition.
I didn't say Asperger's, but yeah.
I was thinking Asperger's.
Yes, that's fair. I've seen different metaphors that people like. I had originally been very convinced by aphasia, and someone was pushing back that it's more autism, and like I can see kind of both arguments.
Aphasia made me think about work. Although I did wonder if Jacob had some aphasia as well. But anyway, sorry. Water or something. Why I wondered about it, the term aphasia in relation to work, is because we have all day, different searches for items upon customer request in retail. If they can't find something, you are to, you look the item up, you tell them where to find it, or some variation of that. And I've caught myself applying similar process solving to search glitches, as I have done to some of Jacob's issues over the years, and including going between the work tool and my cell phone, which both have an ability to search the system, but from different angles and different ways. And sometimes you can kind of take a combination of what you're doing in each to find the key piece of information you want to look up, which is an identifier number. Yeah, so I was thinking of Asperger's or aphasia, or those places where, and maybe I should, what's the word when you kind of hold something to one side saying this could just mean me thinking of this, but in the sense that these are both number systems working with words, and I've spent enough time dealing with Jacob, his saying his primary language was numbers, but to get around in the world, he's required to somehow engage with words or whatever. So one of the things that I'm kind of wondering there is, like, in the crossover between trying to create a numerical system that will provide information where you're dealing with the public. And I wondered this around Hezzy's question, because I dropped a question into Google just to kind of play with it. Was what I asked, why do two systems show answers in different ways? Not specifically asking about AI or anything, just two systems. Why would two systems present the answers in different ways? And they were talking about the difference between not personal, what do you call it, like the public, public needs versus professional needs, and I think you and I chatted about what is that word? Oh, like all the things where you speak in letters instead of full words. So I'm kind of curious, like, I know for me, if I look at dealing with glitches in the process as being something that lives underneath the umbrella of, like whether Torah, halakhic approaches to things. Thank you, acronyms. There's different reactions that you see around work when things glitch, or because it's not actually a glitch. It's giving the answer it's designed to give. But the answer is designed to give doesn't have a way to to say, I am asking you in the context of. It just lets you put in a keyword search. And so one of the ways that I've been dealing with, because I did ask, hey, do we use AI at work? And they're like, oh yeah, definitely. You can see it here, here, and here. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of figured, but I thought I'd ask. And relating that to Asperger's, anywhere along the continuum of autism, I only get to look at it from the outside. I get to look at it as a problem, like a puzzle to solve, in the context where I cannot make, say the machine in this part, give me the answer that I'm intending it to give, because the structure, the running, the setup of the system isn't aligned in the same way as my gears are. So I'm approaching it kind of with the same stuff I did with Jacob, where I'm like, okay, I have to be a good problem solver. I got to see what a good workaround guess is, frame my question differently, and then we'll get to an answer. In a customer service environment, that's very important. It's also important in, like a belief, behavior sense of, hey, I only get one chance to behave well. And I'm either going to take it or not. I can throw things off in the relational sense with the customer by being dismissive, caustic, just kind of like a lot of people complaining that, staff will say, I don't know, like, as in, you're not my problem, go away kind of mood. I do think that things like, but not specifically AI, but I think that its presence in the world and the fact it's causing consternation, even in a simple sense, like, I've put the right keywords in. Why are you telling me it's peanut butter and not a button-up shirt? There's ways to engage and ways not to engage. I don't know if you've got any Torah on how to deal with stupid answers that aren't stupid, they're just programmed that way.
Yeah, that's
Laughter's a good place to start. I laugh a lot at work. And also keeping my mind on thinking about the customer. I may be the one frustrated, but they were frustrated before me. So, respect, intent, all the keywords for, other interactions show up there.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's
Yeah.
That's very tied. That's very tied to the blessing we just studied, right? How do you make peace a vessel for the customer and yourself? There might be Torah on frustrating or silly questions, but from other humans more than from the machines.
Yeah. May I offer an anecdote about this that I find kind of funny about peace?
Sure. That seems on topic. I think.
Okay. I have to. Because I'm Kirk, I have to provide a secular angle to it, but it is related. So, if there was a funny incident where Ludwig Wittgenstein met Karl Popper at the Moral Sciences Club in Oxford, and the question was, are there legitimate philosophical problems? And Wittgenstein no, and Popper said yes. And Wittgenstein asked what, and Popper said, don't threaten visiting professors with a fire stick. And then Wittgenstein took up the fire poker and Popper with that. So basically, I think the moral story there is even very brilliant people, if you don't let your temperament and it be in control of you, can even very brilliant people can get up to nonsense.
The nonsense is also sometimes sometimes the laughter is necessary. But yes, that is a good anecdote.
There is definitely some kind of dynamic to it. Sorry, my words are not completely all in alignment in my head to use. It falls under the category of if you are there to be of help to somebody and you're not, several outcomes are possible. The customer is angry and they're going to yell at you just regardless of whether you give them a satisfactory answer or not, or even if you provide an answer, they can go away with a sense of peace or a sense of righteousness that it was theirs to demand anyway, so whatever. But I find a lot of people that when I'm dealing with them, there'll be gratitude shows up a lot even for wrong answers, because they feel seen and they feel like you understood what they were asking, you wanted to help, and even in just being able to simply offer that you want to help them when they want you to help them, it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, I can say it surprises me because it doesn't fit some of the negative stereotypes about interactions that show up at work, but it really doesn't surprise me that people are willing to go away happy from having had an engagement that just really made them feel like their their request and everything else was understood. Back to that whole respect, and it's really important place. Um, Very tiny tool with a lot of impact.
Yeah, I mean, and that is good. And I think that Yusuf and Yoav and Sandy, if you have experiences with this, because I'm very young, so I don't have a kid. But if you guys have kids, you might know about like the relationship between this point and the abuse of social media and how that's done to our view of peace and stuff.
I don't get the connection. What is between kids and media? Can you form it in another way to understand the question?
So it's basically, as I understand it, and Craig, if someone's more knowledgeable than me, they can correct me on this. Social media has basically a dehumanizing effect, especially on people who are neuroatypical, because of and basically the fact that because you get dopamine whenever you get attention, and attention often goes to people who say hateful things about another person. It basically causes conflict.
Are you talking about the thing my physio talks about, where your cortisol levels just increase, and because you're getting ramped up, you aren't necessarily, like there's stability in balance, but you're not balanced?
Yeah.
Well, my kids are, first of all, they are about 30 years old now. So they are a bit sort of missed the boat in terms of social media. And was raised in Israel. And the way we raise our kids here is extremely healthy. A lot of going out, seeing other kids, hanging around in a large group as kids till very late at night. No problem on my front.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but also right? Like the rest of the world has to figure it out still.
Go work in retail, Kirk. It'll help a lot.
Or it
And
might,
to
it might disabuse you quickly.
And to young God, kids is a short of Kinderlach. So this is how we refer
The
to
original
them.
language at Bavel was Yiddish. You didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, but the problem I would have if I worked in retail, though, is a problem. I mean, I don't know if it's a problem with me, but a thing about me is, and I think everyone here can attest to this because they have experience talking to me, is that I like talking about things. I hate talking about people. And to the extent that I like talking about people, it's people who like thinking about things, like abstract things like mathematics and philosophy and science.
Yeah,
And
but
so I'm not a people person.
have you had any interaction with OG Rose, Daniel, with his real name?
Daniel, who?
On YouTube, he's OG Rose. He's been around TLC for a couple months, super active. So he's a very interesting guy because he basically runs. It's a farm, but it's mostly an event space. He's very much like you in the sense of he's hyper intellectual, but he wants he found over time. Now he's older than me, probably by 5 or 10 years, but he's a lot of kids at this point. But I think part of what he found was by making his work non-intellectual, he was, and I'm the opposite, right? So I made my work super intellectual. But like, I think there are different ways to do this. Like he made his work super non-intellectual on purpose because it gives him lots of time to think, and basically for him, thinking is therefore not just a hobby, but in some ways like it has a lot more freedom because he's not being paid to think. So the things that he's being paid for aren't like messing with what he like actually wants to do and deal with in the world and think about and spend his time on when he's not earning some money. So I think there are different approaches to this depending, like, and I don't know naturally if he is a people person either. In some ways, he reminds me of you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a people person.
I think he did it intentionally. I think he put himself in the place of running something very social, and very event spaces means you're working with people constantly. And they get to be the boss often about like the types of plans they make, right? Like, and you kind of just try to make it happen for them. But like, I think he's done that intentionally as a way to teach himself some, like, how to deal with people better, and like put himself in that situation. So I think he has probably some tendencies. I'm gonna guess. At some point, I'm gonna, because he's not that far from me. I'm gonna have a conversation. But I actually do think. I wonder if like, I'm intellectual. Elad is a physicist. Yoav's an engineer here. In some ways, actually, though, I really appreciate Sandy's perspective and Daniel's. I think they kind of do push us. There's different ways to approach this, even as people who are super prone to kind of go to find intellectual gaps.
Yeah. I mean, I'm an intellectual. I'm not a people person, so I don't like basically talking with people about, like, for example, I hate when people ask like, "How are you doing? How's your job? How is this?" I like I just the thing is I like conversations that can last an hour or 2 hours, and things that last an hour or 2 hours is not about what you're doing. It's about the types of things you're interested in generally, unless you work in like a very specific intellectual field, and because I like longer conversations. I just hate small talk. I despise it.
Have you ever visited the Great Britain?
But no, I have not visited Great Britain.
So take care. You're going to suffer them greatly.
I mean, they can talk an hour about the weather. It's very impressive. It is an hour conversation. It's just not the hour that you want to spend.
My dad, every single king, queen, and incident that happened anywhere in Great Britain, particularly Scotland, at any particular century, going for hours on end when I was a child.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think retail, like it might do me some good. I right now, so I don't know if I told you, Yusuf, but right now I do work at Bucky's, some days of the week. It's a part-time thing, so I do work with people somewhat, and I do like to think about things. But the thing is, I mean, I am only doing this to get through school. I'm not doing this for like to
Right.
gain social skills.
I hear you.
I mean, it'll have that. I'm sure it'll have that effect.
It might help you. I mean, I also know people who worked in, especially restaurants, but also retail, who've become very cynical, jaded, and disaffected with the world. Right? Like there's definitely the opposite possibility, where people are just like, people are awful, and I don't want to deal. And I don't know. Like it's in some ways it's a real test. It's a real test of if you're able to do this blessing. Let's bring it back to Chezi here. If you're able to really understand the blessing of placing of Sim Shalom, of placing peace, because I mean it is definitely a way to also burn out, and it is.
It
not
is,
an easy path.
I got my job very late in life.
Yes.
During my interview, based on when they pick at some of your questions, what could be issues. I gave enough background on my life to say why I was looking for a job at the age that I was looking. And basically, a little bit of retail experience and office experience pre children. When I was really young, home with deaf, autistic, multi-need child and other chaos. They basically said, because you get to that question, if a customer they don't say if a customer has a hissy fit, but basically, if this, that, or the other, are you going to, are you going to be, are you going to break down, or are you going to cope? Will you cope? What are you going to, what are you going to do? What experience have you had with these kinds of behaviors? You get to what experience have you had with these kinds of behaviors? And I said, pretty much my everyday life. The store environments, retail environments are a real interesting mix of people, because sometimes the general public acts like it's a job for high schoolers, and they're just gonna, that's what they're gonna have to deal with. But what you actually get is retirees who've been, and not just retirees. I have worked with one lady who was in the financial department of the Board of Education, several other teachers who were actually teaching at the moment and needed a second income for, getting through certain other components of life. People who've run companies, owned their own businesses, done this or that. It's a very interesting mix, and learning to speak in short form to some of those complaints. It's a discipline. Like I have a hard time with the people who come in and they need to talk to you for an hour, or they think they need to talk to you for an hour, with politely keeping it to time, going on with the task. So it's a good opportunity to practice breaking down the difference between physical task, mental, exertion, and whatever's happening with the verbal interactions. It's great for learning to compartmentalize things, to practice different processes. Things will have a certain way they're supposed to happen. So it can be horrible when you realize that you're like dog paddling and it's 6 feet below you and you have no idea when you're going to touch ground. But it's also really good, and you can have a really good impact on others, and they can have a great impact on you. But it is intentional working of peace. It really is.
Yeah. But Sandy, I think everything you said is fair, and I definitely think I could work on these things. The only problem though is I just am not. It's just part of my personality is to be predisposed to a certain type of conversation. Like, for example, I don't know if I've told you before, Yosef, but one time I was having issues with a certain synagogue I was going to that they said they did not want me going back to their services because of these intellectual conversations I was having. So so now I honestly I think they were being unfair about it, but in any event, it's I may have told you. I think I've told you this before, Sandy. But the thing is, I just have spent so much of my life thinking about ideas that like having real world experience. I have real world experience both with my job at Bucky's. I go to chess club and I do go to synagogue, so I do have social experience. But I always congregate around people within a social context who are like me, and so being forced to deal with people who are not like me would just be an issue for me personally. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it would not be natural to me. Also hello, questions to ponder.
Absolutely, and that's the benefit. Like, would you be capable of moving a pile of bricks from one side of the room to the other when it's completely ridiculous to do so just because you've been told to do so by your manager, and you can see no logical reason for it, but they aren't obligated to tell you what's coming next. Like these are all different. I mean, and it wouldn't be bricks; it would probably be boxes of whatever, you know. Bucky's must have similar different. Like I've worked in, I'm assuming Bucky's is restaurant. I've worked in a fast food restaurant when my kids were babies. Yeah, it was kind of nasty, but but very good at practicing certain skills and or simply finding ways to allow the movement, the flow that is demanded in a certain pattern to learn to regulate. Well, my system for sure, yours probably too, because part of what I find beneficial about working in the physical environment where you've got a physical task like stocking things, you're moving boxes around to remove things from boxes to put them on shelves, very physical, but also there's a pattern to it. You can't just stick them anywhere. It's like a puzzle. Um, and then the interruptions that come from people who, in the middle of you following a structured and flowing pattern, are distracting you to do something else to help them. I find that this is, yes, irritating some days, but also very good at helping me to learn to listen to my system and to allow it to self-regulate as I improve some of the skills. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
I wish my son Jacob could get a job at retail. He'd be actually really good at it. But we run into the issue of behavioral issues and needs around situations where communication is not possible. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Wish-
I mean, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Oh, hey,
Hello.
cool kid. You are the cool kid. I have so much to say. Hello, panel. Yoav, I just want to say thank you again for the last. There he is, waving. I just want to say thank you again for the last live. You're just amazing. I was re-listening to some of the things you said, and I really do appreciate it, especially when you were discussing C and Russ. That was really cool. That was really, really cool. Okay, I know I'm going to probably upset some people. I know I will. Um, cool kid, I'm going to be very honest with you. Just to see that you are 18 years old and your level of focus, you are so purpose driven, you are studious, and you have you work at Bucky's. Hearing this, like you're on time. You really are on time with where you really should be in your life. And just it's just good. It's just good to see. It really is from someone like who's still like you are just now transitioning into adulthood. And there's going to be so much growth between your age now at 18 to 24. And it just like you just staying in the direction where you are, it's going to be amazing as you just continue progressing, growing, maturing. Like you haven't even completed your last growth spurt. Like you're going to be probably another 2 3 inches taller. So it's just like great because you're still a teenager, but you're not like a full grown man. So, it's, I mean, you're still very young, but you really, really do exhibit that maturity, and it's so evident because you're on time. You really are on time. Like you know what you want to do, and you stay focused in that direction. So it's just great to see. So
Yeah.
I do want to say yes, I do want to say something, and I know I'm going to upset some people. I'm older than you, cool kid. I'm not too much older than you, but I've been around. And if I really do want to share something when it comes to the older generation in the workplace, they do have difficulty just working. There's a chattiness to them, and a lot of them do gossip, and a lot of them like to go to the younger people and get just nonsense, and I'm they're problematic. They are, and I'm just being honest, speaking from my own experience. They have a great difficulty just being quiet and just working. Not everybody, like there were things that you just said recently, like you don't do small talk, you like try to just chit chat. You go in, you focus, you work. That's not what they do. And I think, well, I know a big problem that they're having, they just refuse to accept. You mean, remember the boomers on the large part have retired, but they really don't get that. It's not like before. The younger generation, like the millennials down, don't want to go. We just don't go back and forth. We really just want to go to work, just do our work, be productive, focus on the numbers, focus on production, and leave because we have our own lives. And you, like I was when your age, I was also in school. So I really just don't want to get involved in your personal life. And I don't want to discuss my personal life. And a lot of them take that very personally. And then they start with their trouble at the workplace. When you mentioned that you worked at Bucky's, because Bucky's is great. I love that place. Bucky's is great. You probably are, things should be good for you. A lot of them are men and probably other people around your age. So that would be pretty solid. But I think because my difference, because I'm a woman, and in the workplace, women, it just gets so catty. And the worst experience I ever had was majority women. And they were much older than me, and it was a lot of trouble. It was mainly the younger women who were my age. They were doing very well, and they were more quiet, and they could just sit down and type and just just do their work. Oh, just like the older generation, like luckily many of them are retiring. That's for the best, but they don't really want to take responsibility for a lot of the changes that has occurred in the workplace, because private equity has really come in to shut down these retail stores, and part of the reason is that they don't really work. They Many of them have been able to maneuver these workplaces through politicking, scheming, scamming, and just troublemaking. And many like good workers have either been fired, quit because of the behavior of how the older generation is in the workplace. A lot of the reasons why we are moving to automation is to take the human element out and just focus on the actual task that needs to be done. And on a plus note, since you are moving in the math direction, a lot of the work that you are going to be doing is problem solving. You don't necessarily, I mean, Bucky's is of course your college job, your teenager job, but you're going to be moving into internships very soon as to get many of your classes completed. And that's really where you want to be. Like it's pretty clear you're taking a liking towards cryptography. We had that conversation the last live. There's of course also machine learning. That takes quite a bit of brain power and studying. That really, I mean, clearly that's your focus, and that really is where you should be. I think you're great. I just think you're awesome. And just seeing, and I'm very pro younger generation because I know what I've experienced, and I know people, my peers, how they are at the workplace. Like the biggest problem really is the older generation. They will never admit to it. They will never admit to how a lot of the changes when it comes to business is because of them. They, it is because they don't work, and the American worker is very, very expensive. The worker is expensive. That's just how it is. So if you're not producing and the numbers aren't there to show for it, they're eventually going to shut everything down and move towards automation. And we're seeing more and more of that. On the plus note, that's great for you because you're going to be the one building everything. People like you and others like you, your generation. I just think you're doing great. You are. It's just good. Okay, I'll go on mute. I know I pissed some people off.
Yeah, I appreciate the compliments, and I mean, I will be doing that. One things I'm worried about in general, though, is with regards to my line of work in finance, is that I'm worried that artificial intelligence might automate some of it, and maybe I'm not an expert in economics, so if someone else has a take on this, that's fine. But as I understand it, AI does do good at computational problems, and a lot of finance is computational. So I hope my job is not automated. But if I work hard, I hope I can make a good life for myself.
Remember, at the end of the day, it's math. Whether you're well, physics is fantastic. You're a physics major, math major, science. Excuse me, science, finance. At the end of the day, is math. There is so much work to be done. As one problem is solved, another will come through. So you really just learn the foundation. Don't forget to also study the humanities. I know you all were discussing the mind body problem, the duality. Definitely to continue studying the humanities, and make sure to continue to write. Like I'm just like my opinion, especially since you're still undergrad, look to get published in like an a undergrad company or with your school. Like many of them do have books, so look to also like be published, get published, just so you have that writing element, and then you also have like your name attached to work, which looks fantastic for internships. So definitely also include to keep your writing up to par and look to get published.
Yeah, and I see Mr. Eilson Helper. Sorry for going to the chat, but I see Eilson Helper. Cool, could I can connect you with a former student of mine who has created math-based ML courses. Please do actually, and maybe I'll if you can ping me on Discord. I'm at the King 29347. I think it's some numbers, but basically, yeah. If you can connect me with someone who can teach me about more machine learning, I would definitely appreciate that. And because I'm very interested in this. Yeah, and I definitely think that your advice is valuable. And when it comes to humanities, I think the other people here. I mean, I know some literature I've read, Kafka's Metamorphoses, but my understanding is like Yosef has a lot of training in philosophy. Yoav is a color theorist, and Sandy has talked about literature and poetry in the past. Like we talk a lot about art and literature here in this community. It's just not my area of expertise.
Have you thought about maybe minoring in maybe American literature, British literature, English, just a minor? Make sure you
Uh,
have. They really these these internships, they really really do like that. It's not just having like the quote unquote STEM fields, but that writing, the reading. That's a lot of it has been missing, and I know that the opportunity to read Heidegger, like these Hegel, like you generally will not do that unless you're in class. So it's a good thing to kind of take some
I
time
mean, I haven't read.
digest Hume, digest Kant.
Yeah, I've read some Kant, and I read a little bit of Hume. I've read a little bit of Nietzsche and a little bit of Heidegger, but I have not read any Hegel. But
That
I'm
that would be
familiar.
the one. Ooh,
Uh,
Hegel.
okay, you
Yes,
weren't gonna make
you're
me
gonna come.
angry. You were
No,
not
what?
making
Oh
me
my gosh,
angry.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
good.
go on mute. This is gonna be good.
No,
Yes,
no, no,
sir.
no. It's just um, Hegel is
What?
what would I say? I don't
Ooh,
actually think that undergrads should read Hegel. Um,
okay.
I think it does not prepare you for other philosophy in a really deep way. I think it's really easy. I mean, yes, you could if you find a really good teacher for it, maybe. But a lot of what I've seen for teaching Hegel is pretty. I don't know the word in English. Schwach is the word in Hebrew. Um, Lacking, um, deficient, and of course, like Hegel gets
Yeah.
like the parts of Hegel that really matter. I think that are really important. And this actually, you know, who loves Hegel? O.G. Rose loves Hegel. You talk to him about Hegel, but I think we both like the logic of science is much more important for than his stuff on history.
Well, Joseph, if I may ask, for undergrad, just keep it heavily focused on Spinoza and Leibniz.
I've read some of the ethics, and I've read the monadology. Yeah.
So maybe I think Hume is also good for undergrad.
Absolutely, of course. I mentioned Hume and Locke. Make sure political philosophy.
So if you're gonna do some political philosophy, you want to do Locke.
But definitely Hume for causation, which will be helpful to you, cool kid. Really, Charles Peirce.
If you want to get down the semiotics rabbit hole, I do wonder. I did not do Peirce undergrad, and I did not hear about him until long after. But I wonder if that would have had more of an influence if I knew him better earlier. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go pick up my kids from daycare. But I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, Joseph. Good talking to you.
I'm gonna go in a minute. I'm not gonna end this. Should eat one meal a day, but can I ask a question of? Sorry, you know what? Questions to ponder. I'm listening to Kirk's replies, and the question is, it's one thing to be reading the intake of all these things, but you're also proposing that getting published, getting written. That sounds to me like it's becoming one of the main externals, like to add to your resume. But would it, like here, Kirk does an awful lot of live stream talking. Would what you're suggesting also say that it would be beneficial to do some putting things to paper, to use an old idiom of, hey, any kind of screen will do, but actually putting things down so that the argument is also visible as well as auditory, and then having some back and forth with people is that within the realm of what you're suggesting as well, to really be able to master his points and be able to present them to another? Are you looking at that kind of thing where I'm assuming he must Discord message some people, but I know some people around the Discord will say, hey, read this, and they'll discuss it back and forth in the Discord chats. I don't know how much Kirk's doing that. Is that also something you would suggest?
I just think, Kirk, my suggestion, outside of academia, outside of work, outside of his studies, participate more with people your own age. Like I hear people, say, touch grass, touch grass. So essentially just be outside more. Like I love live music. Well, of course he's working at Buc-ee's, so that's pretty great. But be more involved with those who are your own age, like that. He just, now Kirk's in college or about to start college. So definitely involve yourself more with people your own age. I really
at the moment,
I'm really against, especially teenagers being around or having, I'm just not even like friendships, quote unquote. If an older person is not directly benefiting a younger person, I mean directly benefiting, you're giving them sound, good advice that's going to promote and encourage their well-being, promote them in an academic sense if they're in college like Kirk is. If you're not doing that, then you are a leech, you're a parasite, you're setting them up for failure. Like when I said, like older people, the failures, they really are. And many of them do have to take these food service retail jobs. Not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. There's nothing wrong having to step back if you're in your 30s, especially your 40s, 50s, and you're working retail food. If you're in that type of situation, you shouldn't be speaking to anyone who's Kirk's age. There's clearly something occurring in your life that you need to address and heal. So you need to stay focused. Stop trying to make friends or be cool to someone who's like 18, 19, 20 years old. I just don't think that's appropriate. Excuse me?
Were you answering the question?
What's your question?
Oh, I asked you if, in telling Kirk to get published, you were including also some of the learning to put things into visual format and having some of those dialogues in longer form than just these chat things.
Oh,
Um,
but can I help answer that real quick though? Because it actually is something that I do. Um, so, and I'm sorry for getting in, Sandy. But just to clarify, I do, on top of talking here and the live streams, I have communities that I'm part of where we have long form discussions about science, philosophy, mathematics, and other fields. So I don't have any shortage of that. Just to clarify, I hope that addresses your question.
oh, well, that does. I was just asking whether questions was advising that of you as well, but she's not answered it. So, and I
No,
have
my advice.
because it's
Uh,
5 p.m. here, and I have basically eaten one orange all day. So I will keep listening in the chat, though, Kirk. Hey, Yoav, glad you're back.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Elson, I appreciate. I notice you have a lot of really great comments. What I mean is, like Elson, like notice your comment was you could hook up Kirk with someone that you know. Let's see. Let me just scroll back up. Give me a second. Okay, cool kid. I can connect you with a former student of mine who has created math-based ML courses. Like this is great. Like you're clearly, I'm guessing you maybe taught college level, community college level, and you are giving Kirk, cool kid, direct information that can benefit him. Like you outright said, I can connect you with a former student of mine who has created math based ML courses. Like, this is what I'm talking about, like positive, you're like, that's networking. You're older and you are helping an 18-year-old appropriately network for something that's going to benefit him. Like, that's what I'm referring to. Like, that's good. I'm talking about old people who, well, Elsa, come on. I'm sorry you have been hurt. Okay, sure, whatever. I'm talking about people who are much older who are not giving the younger generation solid advice that will benefit them. A lot of these older people, they're just leeches. They cause way trouble for these young people than anything. I'm not like referring to anything that you have said, Elson. In fact, that's what I'm referring to as what should be done by older people. If you're going to if you're associating with someone who is younger than you, especially someone who's a teenager, then you should be giving them strong, solid advice, networking, like what you just said. So I'm Elson. Of course, I'm not going to apologize for what I'm saying, and I don't know why you're taking it so personally. But what you said in the chat is absolutely what older people should do for younger people. You put them in a good direction. You promote them. You encourage them. You give them good advice, like whether it be about money, about education, or someone who's older. You're showing a good example of a marriage by being married, like be a good positive influence for the younger generation. If you're not, then just leave them alone. I just don't think that someone who's 40 years old, why are you trying to be friends with someone who's 20 and you met them at your job? Like that is a big problem. Or you're 40 years old and you're wandering like a college campus. Like how did you get there? A lot of these older people, they are very, very predatory. And I slightly touched on that in the previous slide with Yoav, but a lot of these older people, they're predatory towards younger people, and a very easy target is an 18-year-old. A very easy target is an 18-year-old. Someone who's 40, who's more than twice the age of an 18-year-old, 19, 20, or twice their age. What are you trying? What are you doing befriending them or trying to have a relationship with them? Like, how did you even get in contact with them? And a great place that they get in contact with younger people is at these jobs. So I'm very, very particular and mindful about that. So that's why I mentioned that. But Elson, I don't know why you're taking this personally and saying like who hurt me. There's nothing I'm saying that's incorrect. So I'm leaving it at that.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't know if I don't want to speak for him, but I don't know if he's saying if it's a personal thing. Just to address Yongad though, he's saying, Why is Kirk here talking to old people at all? the reason I'm here is because I'm interested in learning more about Judaism, and this is a class about Judaism, so it's relevant for me as Noahide, and also it's to connect with like-minded people who are interested in these types of things. Um, yeah, I think when you're talking about the friendships between older people and younger people, it depends. Like, I think gender is also a factor here because two people of the same gender who are different ages being friends might be a little bit different from people of different genders being who are different ages as well. But you're right that basically there is a problem of being predatory, but it's a fine line, and what the line is between how old you have to be versus when it's appropriate it depends on the context.
People are so much in context. There's so many people of so different cultural backgrounds, and it also depends on the working place. Every working place will have its own culture. There are good places, bad places, good people, bad people.
Oh, that's just all I wanted to share. Oh, Yoav, I'm sorry for interrupting, Yoav.
No, just saying that.
Yeah.
I have met, when I was young, I've met some very helpful old people, and some people, and nobody was trying to be predatory, but some people just said, go away at kids. I was lucky if they were at all interested in me.
Yeah, as long as you're older, like I just don't think that anyone older should expect anything from someone who's so young. Someone who's so young, they need their time to grow. They're in a learning phase. You shouldn't like I don't there shouldn't be like a symbiotic relationship. You're 40 years old. Go find someone your own age to work things out with. If you're like unless it's like work or transactional, but I'm just very particular about that. And either you're giving them great advice, either you're benefiting the younger person and you shouldn't expect anything in return. Just like I don't know what Ellison's issue is, but I thought his comment about like the networking for Cool Kid, that's great. That's great. I happen to know someone. I can link you up with them. ML courses. That's awesome. Like that's what older people should do. If you notice someone who has great potential and they're young, you do what you can within your limits to benefit them and expect nothing in return. Even if they have like a little attitude, they're young. I just think it's important. Just give them grace or leave them alone. I just don't like this like older people, like you're going back. Like, what are you doing? You're 40. This is 20. Come on. Like, what? Do they even know anything about you? They know nothing about you. And that balance is never there. Like, you're 20 years older, like twice their age. Like, what are you trying to do? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I want to give an example. I once moved into a small company and found that it was divided 50-50 between Israelis and Russians. And I'm talking about Israelis who are basically born in Israel, in Israel, and Israelis that were then new immigrants from Russian-speaking countries. And they had different habits and different style. For example, the house, the building we were walking in, was sort of long and narrow, and it had a north-facing side and a south-facing side. And all the Israelis will be sitting on rooms in the south side to catch the sun, and all the Russians will be sitting on the north side to get a bit of cold wind in the hot Israeli weather. And I was able to mingle in the two societies. They formed two different societies, and I was able to mingle in the two societies because I kept to the rules. Each society had its own rules of conduct, and I kept to the rules of each. And what the Russians brought from home was a very hierarchical structure. There was definitely a head programmer who was the king of the castle, and there were beta males who were competing on the position to be the second in command and one day to inherit the first post. And there was the youngest person who just came out of university, the omega of the troop. So as to the alpha male, I came to him and said, I'm here to serve you. You teach me how to do programming properly, and I will offer you the service of documentation. I will just write down everything you've did, and I will write all the manuals for you. So he just sent me in front of a blackboard, and he taught me programming. And I came there as an experienced programmer, but then I have learned programming all from the beginning. A different approach, a much better approach. And I realized he was not being the alpha male for no reason at all. He was really the strongest. And as for the youngest one, let's say the intern, the one who just came out of university, he was a gopher. Go fetch us. Go do this. Go do that. No task was too low to send him doing, and he didn't mind because he was Russian. That was he was grateful to find himself in a troop, and he knew that he's going to climb the ladder eventually. So, for example, the wife of the head programmer went abroad for a trip, and he was left alone. He needed to be fed. First of all, he ate only steaks. Second, he wouldn't cook. The alpha male in that society doesn't cook. Somebody has to cook for him. So we had to send somebody to cook him his food in his house, otherwise he would starve. Another example, we went to a trade show, and they were another company was handing freebies, but quite a high worth freebies. But in order to get one, you have to sit for an hour of lecture about the products of that other company, and then you get a freebie. So that was the job of the junior in that trade show. He will go to the other company, sit for an hour, get the freebie, give it to the head programmer, go back to the other company, sit for an hour, get the freebie, give it to the beta male, etc., 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 that until all the troop got the freebies. And that's fine, because that was the social order that was agreed by everybody. And as a troop, they were all new immigrants. And as a troop, they found jobs in a company doing programming. They all earned salaries, and they survived and prospered as a group. End of lecture. I can give you some others later.
Yeah, that's fair. I also just real quick, on another note, I do got to get going soon, but just I do have a little bit more time. Questions to ponder. Did you find the book that you were referencing? The either the name of it or if you could send it to me in chat or whatever. that you were referencing about mathematics?
I still need to look for it. I have it as a PDF, and I do need to find that for you. So yeah,
Okay.
I need to find that book for you. And I also was going to put together some classes, potential classes for cryptography. One set for cryptography for math based, and then the other for ML. So I have 3 things I need to do for you.
Okay. Yes, please.
And I will do it. I'm a woman of my word. I will get that for you. And I appreciate your patience, but I did say that, and I will get that for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's just that I'm curious because I'm looking into these things, and so that math book you mentioned is interesting. So yeah, and basically, yeah. Any more questions, or do you want to wrap up the stream here?
I'm sorry if I kind of changed the stream. I'm reading some of the comments. Like whatever questions. I just think being friends with all people is good. Sure. If you want to recommend discrimination based on age, no, I'm not. I just wanted to
never mind for changing the stream. It's a 3-hour stream. It needs to change. It cannot keep it in the same for 3 hours.
I just think that like the younger people are much younger. 18 is quite young. You know, that under 24, especially under 21. Under 24 is that's still very, very, very young, and it's very easy for them to be targeted and manipulated by older people. And I just that it's flatly it's it's just unethical and immoral. If you're once people reach a certain age, you have your own children, you have your own family and friends. Be there with them. And I really like what Yoav mentioned, and that's the workplace, that's programming. You definitely, especially in the tech industry, it is expected for the older programmers to lead the projects. They actually had to start moving into projects. You can't just like quote unquote be a programmer or code. You really are, the expectation is to start creating, building, leading projects and guiding the younger programmers, younger coders. That's like the natural transition. That's one of the great things about the tech industry over the past, like 40, even 50 years is once you've been in like the game, like 20, 25 years, you have a lot to teach people, especially when you're looking at languages like C. C is really practice makes perfect. So when you have someone who can really guide you, teach you, for example, like memory management when it comes to C, that's a huge thing, Kirk. What with ML is the C language is used for memory management because there's always an issue with loading and computation and loading when it comes to machine learning. So with C, you really want to be good at it, and an experienced programmer can really put you in that position because they've been in the game so much longer. And working with an older, not necessarily older, but more experienced programmer, you can learn a lot from them. So that's an example of kind of what I'm referring to. Like that's the good thing, where you are guiding and leading and teaching the young generation. That's what older people are supposed to do, not try to hang out, be friends. Like what are you? I'm not really into that. I don't think that's appropriate. But I think I made myself pretty clear on that. And
Yeah.
I really liked your example, Yoav. I really did.
Okay, to answer Cyber Memo, first of all, I cannot continue his stream. I do not have his knowledge in his topic of mastery, and I cannot replace Yosef. So, per force, when Chazi and Yosef go away, the stream changes. And second, the stream is never about the stream. The stream is always about the people in the stream. And we're waiting now for Yon God. Yon God said he will appear. So we're waiting, and it will be an experience. So I encourage you to hold on a little bit more in the hope that Yon God will grace us in his presence, because yes, he's a troll.
Do you mind if I respond, if I may? Like, there's
Yes.
someone in the chat. I can't pronounce the name. That's
Brett?
what Olson's doing. What the hell are you talking about? That's literally what I just said Olson was doing. I repeatedly said that Olson's comment is exactly what I'm referring to. Like, giving good advice, networking. Okay, Brett, that's exactly what I said. So I'm not sure where you're coming with this.
Okay, Brad.
I think some of you are taking my comment a little too personally, but I literally said Olson is, doing something really kind and supportive towards Kirk, which is of course the networking, putting Kirk in touch with someone that he knows who has created machine learning courses, and absolutely that would be 100% beneficial to a student like Cool Kid. Yes.
Yeah. And real quick, so I see Mr. Yongat has appeared. First of all, hello. Second of all, I heard some background noise before you're muted. So if you have the stream on in the background, please do mute it or turn the volume down, or turn it off. But Yongat, I just wanted to say, you seem to be very often when I'm talking about something that I'm interested in on one of these streams when we have free time, quite critical of me. And I want you to know that I do not believe your criticism is constructive or valuable. So if you could stop, that would be appreciated. Unless you can make your criticism in more, I'll say, how do I put this, polite, then to be honest, I just don't feel like it's very valuable. And I see you left, so.
Try again.
Is this working?
Yes, it is.
Nice. Let's talk about photons the size of the galaxy.
Yeah, they will take not a galaxy, but a photon line of one line in light year length will oscillate during a year. That's all I know.
Dark matter photons, huh? Anything but career advice. Oh my God, career advice. That's what this world needs more of. Career advice.
Yes. I had no idea what my career is going to be when I was 18. I just had absolutely no idea. What will generate?
I don't like that Kirk thinks I'm being antagonistic for no reason. I'm being antagonistic for a reason.
Okay,
it's called anti-fragility. This is a classic Jonathan Haidt or something. Isn't he Jewish, right? He was a Jew. So anti-fragility. How do you not know about anti-fragility? This is crazy. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I do.
He does. He does.
I've heard of the concept.
Kirk, are you listening? Kirk, are you listening?
Yes.
I've been thinking about you. You have been living rent-free in my head for a few days. What does your father think about you being in the TLC space?
As far as I can tell, neither of my parents know about my participation at TLC.
Okay. Why don't they?
Because it never came up in our conversation, because I don't talk to them very often.
It never came up. Okay. Do your parents care about what you do?
Only insofar as it affects them or it affects other people. Or, I mean,
So
they care about my health.
Psychopaths? Are your parents psychopaths?
I'm being hyperbolic.
You just said as up to the point where they care about themselves and whatever. So I'm just trying to understand, because I don't think you realize that you come across as a borderline psycho, and it's amazing how you're enabled and no one is telling you this. And the best person to you was Jacob. When Jacob used to send you to the back because you couldn't shut up, and then for like 6 months or a year, you actually were quiet on most streams. Jacob would let you on, and you would listen and whatever. But you seem to have gained some kind of like energy, some kind of energy, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating, and the fact that you have no kind of what's the word? It's not internal reflection. What's the word? I forgot the word.
Self-consciousness.
Introspection. That's the word. There's no introspection here. I'm amazed. I'm blown away. And then questions to ponder elevates you to such a degree, and I can't. I feel that's irresponsible. That's irresponsible.
He's a cool kid. What can I say? He's a cool kid. What did he do?
What a lie! How you haven't?
What?
You met him 2 days ago. You met him 2 days ago or something, and you're like, oh, he's a cool kid. It's like I have to be daddy now, protecting this guy because some random is trying to fuck him up. This is
Daddy
madness.
chill.
This is madness.
Daddy chill. Daddy chill.
Daddy chill.
Daddy chill.
Daddy chill.
Daddy chill.
You got a sexy voice, baby. Talk to me.
I bet you like that. I know you like that.
Talk to me with your sexy voice.
Yeah, of course. It goes right back to sex with you. How surprising.
Yeah.
Cool kid.
Yeah.
The older generation, it always goes back to sex with them. That's how they are.
Older generation, sex is about reproduction and life. Are you fucking
You said I had a
retarded?
Voice.
It's all about putting the hypodermic, fleshy penis into the fucking hole and producing offspring for the next generation. So you're
cool
right.
Kid,
It's all about
you.
sex.
Imagine working with it. Imagine working at a job with this type of personality, cool kid. I'm telling you. Imagine working with this type of personality. They are always talking.
Work.
We know you don't work. They can never just sit at a desk and type, and just do their work, be productive, go home.
My wife wants me to tell you that because of my wife, I haven't worked a day in my life.
Good for you.
How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, you said wife. That's your business. You're married. That's your business.
Yeah.
Okay, if I can interrupt.
You seem to understand the question.
Why,
does it make you feel?
I want to
you're married. How is your marriage any of my business? You're married.
I'm asking you how it feels. Because your whole modus operandi is. Do you want to sing? Shall we sing? I'll sing. I'm so pumped up right now.
Why are you so pumped? Why are you so extra? Like you came in on level 10.
Just a second.
Because you're an actress and you're pretending. You're an actress and you're here trying to seduce Cool Kirk to some kind of fantasy when in 10, 15, 20 years, he will break. And the fact that you have no consideration for this is interesting. I think this is interesting. And what do you do again? Cybersecurity? Cybersecurity? Really? You might as well be a CIA recruiter. Honestly, I mean, come on. What is this? What is this?
Can I interrupt? I want to answer exactly your point. In the last few weeks, Cool Kid has encountered 3 women. He encountered Claire, and he encountered the Dot, the Taiwanese Chinese. Mary, and encountered question to ponder. What I think, as far as I'm playing the father here, I'm letting him encounter the world outside in a semi-controlled way. It's better than encounter people out there when we're not around. And he's doing well. He was doing well against Claire, and he was going well against Mary. And he's doing well against Question to Ponder. And he relates to them differently because they are different people. He also is trying his hand in apologetics, in debates. Still too young, but it's still a safe space because it's only the internet.
Yeah, and so what I was thinking on
generous.
that, to be kind to you, if I understand you where you're coming from, young God, and I think you have a fair point. You think that I'm concerned with these things that are not important, if I understand you correctly. And it's like when I'm talking about mathematics or whatever, with, for example, questions to ponder, I'm allowed to have my interest, but I guess my point is, young God, whenever you talk, I understand the point about anti-fragility. I think anti-fragility is valuable, but just as social courtesy to tell people like, hey, you're doing this and doing that wrong in conversation, it's like it doesn't really feel very constructive. It feels like you're critical without providing an alternative, and I just think that's not healthy.
Being courteous. Kirk. I'm almost without words because I believe in this concept called making an effort. You make an effort. And I am very used to persons not making an effort to understand me. Of course. That is the way of the universe. So the fact that you're arguing, it's like really depressing. It's like I have to just do nothing. And I don't know you. You're some random. And, Allahu Akbar. Whatever will happen. And it'll be another one. It'll be another one. So, if you're not going to make the effort to understand someone else, I mean, I'll talk to Yoav.
Young God, why are you so agitated? We joined the panel. Just
Well, I'm
chill.
trying. Yeah, and I am trying to understand your perspective, young God. But how about this? How about you tell me what are you interested in talking about? Because did you just come on here to criticize me, or did you come on here to talk about something substantial?
I came here
Great
to talk
question.
about photons the size of the galaxy.
Okay,
Now,
so photons the size of the galaxy. Good question. What question do
Light
you have about that?
particles. Light particles.
Do you have a question about them?
Kirk. So I'll give you my experience. All right. So the reason why I wanted to be smart was to get that sapiosexual girl. The girl that is attracted to a smart guy. So my intellectual and academic achievements were not necessarily for the betterment of the universe, the betterment of man, the betterment of my culture. It was to get a girl, reproduce, and then eventually I would die, but I did my part. I don't think you have that kind of plan. So if I speculate on what plan you have, I mean, is it to make money and then to eventually commission a statue of yourself that you will put up and then you will be dead and then this statue of yours will be there forever? Is that, I don't understand the end game. What's the point of you doing things? To make money? To what? To go on vacation? To go to where? What kinds of vacations would you like to go on? I don't understand the point because again, you are young, so you can lollygag and play around and it's okay. But you seem to be so focused that it's detrimental to yourself. I don't think you realize that you're hurting yourself by playing this Mad Lib game of academic jargon. That's what you're doing. You're playing a Mad Lib game of academic jargon, and it's kind of interesting. But unless you're able to achieve something with this, it's going to just be what it is. Trivia. It's going to be trivial. And, what do you think about this little speech of mine?
So I think that I am studying mathematics because I'm working in a financial sector and I encounter mathematics all the time for my classes. I also know how to code Python. I'm trying to learn how to code machine learning programs. So learning about things like AI and machine learning is relevant for that. But if you're asking what is my purpose in life, my purpose in life is to help bring about the Messiah through doing my part and doing good in the world. And part of that is achieving academic and financial success in my career. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, you're a Noahide through facts and logic, and that makes you a blasphemer. Why? The Messiah will destroy you. Well, you're crazy. If you're trying to bring the Messiah through facts and logic, the Messiah will destroy you when the Messiah comes. Because it's not about the facts and logic. It's about the faith and belief. I'm blown away that you don't understand this, but I guess you're very smart or something.
Well, so for example, young God, when you're talking about I'm just curious. You said you came on to talk about the photons light of the sun, and I just don't know the size of a galaxy or whatever. I'm just curious. What question do you have about that? Because I'm not an expert in physics, but maybe
I
I could
don't
do
have a
some
question.
research.
It's rhetorical. I already know the answers. That's why Yoav laughs, because we're just fucking around. We're having fun. We're playing around. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to quiet down because it's nighttime here. Just like, okay. So the point is, I I'm losing track. I can't even. And I can't. This is crazy. Yo, questions, please fill in the space.
Yeah.
Okay, I know. I want to relate. Uh, there is a nice book, science fiction book, not book, a short story called Life. Love is the plan is death. And if you want to understand young God's point, you should read this story. It's available on the internet. Love is the plan is death. That's the name of the story. And I think that young God is extremely right in his point of view. As I see Socrates was in for the sex. I mean, that was Greek. And it's sex, it means with the students. He didn't really want the sex with the students. He was too old. He wanted the prestige of being able to have sex with the students. That's how I see Socrates, because this is, I think, how human work. But question to ponder, as much as she's genuine, and I have no reason to believe she's not genuine, she's offering cool kids a ladder to climb. Some stuff you can read, and things to do in order to get the better job in the next rank of the ladder. Like her plan to publish at an early age, it's a good plan. You have to find a mentor, and the mentor will be older. So plans are always dangerous.
So my wife, the poet, said, hold on, what did she say? It's a career ladder. It's not a stairway to heaven. Excellent line.
Yes, but you want to catch your wife, so you have to have the shiny car.
questions. I want you to evaluate what I have said so far. I need feedback. I'm here to learn.
I feel quite certain I understand what you are referring to. If I may, I'm very, very, very pro marriage and pro family. I do believe it's an honor. I do greatly believe it's an honor to be a wife. I just think that I think you may be misunderstanding me a little bit. Like, cool kid's 18, and at 18, we're students. So, and he clearly has a he clearly he wants to study mathematics. He enjoys mathematics. We had a nice conversation with Yoav the last live, and I'm just speaking personally from myself, my own experience, how I grew up. Someone 18 years old who's clear, focused, uh, moving with purpose. I just think it's a good thing. However, young God, like I said, I understand what you're referring to, but still taking light of the fact he's 18, like, nothing wrong, 18, 24, just spending some time in a place of composition and study and working. That does not mean that you're not also looking for what's the most important in life. It's more than just money, career, material. Love is the most powerful force in the universe. And of course, wishing Cool Kid and all of you the best to be in a position like you, young God, to be married. Yoav is married as well. I'm just saying that, Cool Kid's a student. So that's why
Are
I've
you
things
are
I
you
say.
alone?
What do you mean?
Do you share in the holy matrimony
Oh, young
that Yoav
God,
and
I
I do?
don't. Young God, I really don't want to get into my personal life, especially since you're kind of coming in on level 10. Look at
Yeah.
Yoav
Yes,
shaking
I
his
did come in at
head.
level 10. I did because
Look
I did.
at Yoav shaking his head.
I don't know. It's just too
Yoav
much
shaking
positive
his
energy.
head.
It's too much positive energy.
Too much positive energy. Too much positive energy. I just said it. Okay, definitely look into keep in mind getting published. That's just where, especially within the direction with mathematics. Yeah, you definitely want to be published, hopefully undergrad. Uh, Continue with your master's. That does not take away from also finding love, young God,
Hey,
and
Kirk.
finding a good woman and
Kirk.
such.
Kirk, I was published as an undergrad. Okay? So
Awesome.
so I'm
Awesome.
just letting you know. This is what happens when you publish as an undergrad. Okay? Keep that in mind.
If it's not too much to
Has
ask,
he?
young God, what did you get your undergraduate degree in?
Biology.
I see.
Did you also continue with your master's? Just wondering.
I? Yes.
Master's in biology? Question. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, Hezzy did say you had, like, your hair looks awesome. It does. That's a plus.
My what?
Hell,
Your hair. Even Hezzy
Listen,
mentioned
Yeah.
it,
listen.
and
When
Hezzy
I
and Hezzy
listen,
has a great head of hair. I really like his haircut. I like Hezzy's hair. I do. Yeah, I'm loving
I
Jan's
was reading
hair.
Enoch one time. I was
Mhm.
reading Enoch one time, but I was reading a certain translation because there are different translations, of course, and they were talking about he who has a head of days. Because in some translation, the translation is an old man. But in other translations, it's a head of days, which means it's a person with white hair, but they could be young. And I read that line and I was like, Jesus Christ. By the way, Yoav, my wife enjoyed your story about the Israeli stuff and the Russian stuff and the hierarchy and stuff. And she was very disappointed that Cool Kid and Questions to Ponder totally skipped over it and just moved on. But I'm just here to report that she liked your story.
I have another story connected to it about that
Okay, let's go.
intern.
Let's go.
That intern that I mentioned, the young one. One day he's late for work. He's coming only in the afternoon, and his arm is in a bandage. So we ask, "What happened?" Uh, I jumped. Where did you jump from? The second floor. Why did you jump from the second floor? The husband came.
To be fair, I'm not laughing because I didn't listen to the story. I was running errands for my wife while she was sitting here in front of the computer listening to your story. So I don't have the context, but I'm sure she understood. And so it's funny. See how much more fun this is now? Isn't this more fun? Come on. This is what you wanted the whole time. You wanted me to come on. Now we're on. You know,
Yeah.
this is the meaning of life.
Tell me about your worldview. Was the world created or is it continuous?
Continuous is a math term, so that might trigger Kirk. But yeah, more or less,
Yoav,
yes.
when you say continuous,
Never
you mean like
ended.
a continuum? The world is a continuum?
No.
Am I understanding it correctly?
No, it's far simpler. Let's just go. So far simpler. It's just a counter a creation. So creation is illogical. So therefore it can't be created. So it was always there. Now, you can elaborate on this in many ways. But it's just if I really were if someone were to put a gun to my head, I couldn't believe in the Big Bang. It's not the primordial atom is not correct.
Really? Please expand. Very interesting.
So how do you explain the redshift?
The easiest hand-wavy way would be something to do with orders of magnitude. And once you reach a certain order of magnitude, things kind of change. And if you observe this from the outside, it looks different. If you observe it from the inside, it looks different. So it's something like this. Honestly, my thoughts are not too controversial, and rejection of the Big Bang is becoming more and more popular. And eventually, in 50, 100 years, it will be the mainstream. So
I did not argue with you again.
So there are certain ways. I mean, already it's becoming more popular. So the classic example is galaxy rotation curves, and there are more and more persons are coming up with ways to figure out how this works and blah blah blah, and you just kind of keep applying it. And obviously there's a horizon limit, so we can't see past a certain distance because things just are too faint. But if eventually the measuring tools are good enough, there might be another problem, and it'll be another order of magnitude solution. So it's kind of like, I remember when the James Webb Telescope was being sent up, and it was very frustrating listening to these scientists talk about how they're going to prove dark matter and all this stuff. And now they're like, oh, we find these objects and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, someone needs to be fired. So many professors need to be fired. They need to be living homeless on the streets. I'm so mad about so many things. But, I have to chill out or I will get a heart attack.
Yeah. Just a small correction. It's not because it's faint. You get to the limit, the speed of light limit. There is an horizon past which we don't know, have no idea what happened, and we will never know. If we cannot build a better telescope.
I empathize with this, but then the devil's advocate in me is saying, well, I can create some kind of situation where there are infinite photons coming from beyond the event horizon, the visible horizon. So if there are infinite photons coming, I mean, then I start, these thought experiments kind of make this everything collapse in my head, because it's the classic, if the universe is infinite, why is the sky not white? And so if you say that it has to do with, the redshift of the photons, they're redshifted to the point where you cannot detect them anymore. This just means that if you were to go to into space, as far as you can go, you could reach a situation where you can travel fast enough that the sky would be white. And that seems very interesting because I don't think that it's like a practical thing. I don't think that would happen. But if I were to believe this, then basically if I have some kind of magical spaceship and I go fast enough, the sky is white. But I just I can't imagine that. But I mean, this is almost sci-fi stuff now.
Okay, that was about the creation of the universe. Now, creation of life, did it happen once or is it a repeating thing?
If creation of life is a repeating thing?
I mean, if the universe is everlasting, then how many times were life created in it?
I like to say only one, and here. And I consider that a very important heuristic because I think it is dangerous to believe in aliens. I think it is dangerous to remove all the responsibility that we have as the thinking creatures in this universe. So as soon as you talk about aliens, it's the same as talking about God or angels or anything like this. So I have to default on saying that this is a statistical, magical situation. And while it seems plausible that, if you have the correct ingredients, you could hypothetically come up with life again, I have to believe that there's only life on Earth.
Okay, I agree with you.
Even if it's
on
not
that.
true, I just have to. So, for example, the classic thing would be: is there life on Mars? Is there life on Europa or Io or whatever? Life on Titan? And until you grow those cells in a petri dish, I have to say no. I must reject it because it's just dangerous to. It's kind of like saying AI is alive or AI is sentient now. It's not. It's not. So
Fine.
until
I agree on this fine
you have
point about
AI
life.
that-
I agree with you.
Hey, Kirk, do you have questions?
Yeah. So when you're talking about the history of the universe and the Big Bang, my understanding is that Big Bang cosmology is based on Einstein's general relativity, where if you deduce the curvature of space time and history, it leads to that 13.8 billion years number that is standard in Big Bang cosmology. So if you think the universe is eternal, how do you explain that?
4D space-time is deterministic. I just explained it.
Deterministic has nothing to do with whether it's eternal or not. I'm sorry. Maybe
No.
I'm not.
No. It's deterministic in that you had to ask that question ignorantly. That's what I mean by it's deterministic. That everything that'll happen in this stream is dictated by 3+1 space-time. So all the questions you will have were already, they're in the works. They're just waiting for the atoms to fall in the right positions, and eventually you will say what you need to say. So that's the answer. The answer is, who cares?
Who cares? Well, if God exists, I would want to know and have a relationship with God.
Kirk, you're not supposed to admit you don't believe in God. If God exists, there is no if, right?
I mean,
So don't admit you're atheist.
I believe God exists. Yeah.
Then there is no if. How could you insert that if?
Because you're saying that
That's
who
conditional.
cares?
There is no conditional with God.
You're saying who cares? What I'm saying is, why wouldn't I care if God exists?
Because God made them not care.
It seems
I
like
know that this is annoying, but
yeah, you sound like a Calvinist.
Go on.
Like you sound like you're basically yeah.
Yeah, that predestination. Yeah.
You know, I love the idea. I was thinking about this during my walk this afternoon. The idea that you have the free will to obey me. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome to have the free will to obey? That is, I mean, the person who invented that is a genius.
Young God, I believe it's the existence of our choices is kind of self-evident. Like we make a choice, and the ability to control our stream of thought is self-evident. Like you can't live as if free will doesn't exist.
You have no ability to control your stream of thought. You can control other things. Let's pretend you have free will. Then you can control other things, but you can't control your stream of thought. That's crazy. I will control your stream of thought. I will talk about pink elephants and blue penguins, and I can talk about other things, and I will control your stream of thought in real time. In real time. So,
Okay, how do I respond? You can talk about pink elephants, but if I care more about thinking about pizza, then I'm going to think about pizza. So the idea that you can determine my stream of thought, I just think is presumptuous.
There's a thing called marketing, and marketing apparently works, and there's a lot of money in marketing. So either you believe that marketing is a thing, in which case you have no control over your own thoughts, or marketing never works and it's a big scam or something. Is it a scam? Is marketing a scam?
Is marketing? I mean,
as people that are not banned from Green Grease broadcast, we have the saving souls.
I just think, young God, are you saying all of this in sincerity, or are you saying this because for other reasons? If you're saying it in sincerity, then I'll just say consider the way that every day you have to get up in the bed and tie your shoelaces and do whatever you do. And if you don't do those things, then who does them for you? If you don't have free will.
It broke up a little bit. I don't know if it's my internet that's bad. Most likely it is. So I couldn't hear everything. However, I'll say this. Almost like a little story. So I remember when I wanted to be able to talk about everything with anyone. That was my goal. So part of this goal to get a girl involved the ability to talk to anyone about anything. This required a lot of effort, Kirk. Holy bananas. But I can basically talk about anything to anyone, about any topic. From stupid fashion and drag queens, Kirk, to, physics and chemistry and biology and, geopolitics, all this stuff. So I want you to be able to do that. And what I see is a facsimile of this. You're trying to do it, but you're too young. You don't have enough experience. Your vocabulary is not extensive enough yet. But you're trying. So I see a little bit of myself in you. However, you are crazy arrogant. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. You are speaking to persons. Listen, if you were alive in the 80s or earlier or whatever, 90s even, you would never be able to access these persons. Yoav would never be accessible. All these persons you speak with would not be accessible. You would be trapped in that little village where you live or whatever. So you have this privilege that you're just throwing away by just throwing citations at everyone. Have you read this book? What do you think about this guy writing this thing in this book? It's crazy. It's like, man, you have to watch some 60s movies and 50s movies. Watch some sword and sandal epics. You have to expand your cultural repertoire or something, because right now it's academic Mad Libs. Do you know what Mad Libs are, Kirk?
I've heard the term, but can you explain it to me?
All right. Mad Libs was a game where you would have a paragraph or whatever, a text, and certain words would be removed. It doesn't matter, nouns or verbs, whatever. And you would improvise and put words in. So this is like for children. And you would make stupid stories. So like the blank, and you could say the elephant. And it would be like 8 spaghetti blank on the beach. You would add on, you would do these kind of random things. And you're basically doing this with academic jargon and citations. You found something, and you're pumping out sentences using the titles and authors of the last thing you read, and it's sometimes it's too much. It's too much. But I have faith in you, Kirk.
Young God, so what is your response then? What do you think he should do?
This is it. I don't have to ask for a response. He's going to go to sleep. He's going to wake up tomorrow. He's going to go to sleep tomorrow. He's going to wake up after that. This is a... Let's joke that this is a kind of intellectual scar. I'm intellectually scarring him. And it will leave traces. And maybe the fruits of what I'm saying will only be applicable in 5 years or something. Maybe only in 20 years, when Cool Kid quits his financial job, will he think, man, I remember that crazy guy Yanga 20 years ago saying that stuff. Holy crap, he was right. And you know what? That's good enough for me.
There is a wasp, and the wasp goes to the fig tree, and the wasp scratches the leaf of the fig, the leaf fig, and then the leaf gets swollen, and inside the swollen compartment, the wasp will lay its eggs.
Speaking about that, the other day I was walking by a fig tree, and I plucked out unripened fig, and I opened it, and it was not ready. It was not ready. So the fig season has not come yet here. Where I am, it's not yet.
Young God.
There's hope for the future.
Young God, you sound a tad bit jealous of his youth. He's naturally Kirk.
Oh my God, that's so funny, dude. Oh, I have to calm down. I tell my girl.
Yeah,
I tell.
I know. Young. Just 1 second.
I
One
tell
second,
my girl,
sir.
my woman, my
Cool
wife.
Kid,
I tell her
Cool Kid,
every
he's
so
naturally
often
going
how
to
much
be.
I am. You go on. Okay, speak.
Cool
Tell me what you
Kid
need to tell
is
me.
Cool Kid is naturally going to be impetuous. He's going to be confident. There's nothing wrong with that. And you made some interesting points in regards to the 80s and 90s. And that kind of touches on something I mentioned last live in regards to Windows 95, that just, with every generation, it is becoming smarter just with the advent of technology and what we have available for information. We just have so much available for information that naturally, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone and to everyone that the younger generation is just going to be smarter. There's
my biological female, my reproductive partner or whatever, she says that you sound like parents of annoying students, and who are unable to accept that their students are morons, and they can't read, they can't write, they can't do anything, and you sound like one of their parents. Oh, what about? Oh, she's complaining that I said it undiplomatically. Well, who cares?
Young God. I appreciate your concern, but I just think that when we're talking about citations or name dropping, as a term for it, it's not necessarily a bad thing to say this other person has done work in this field. If are you familiar with this book, or are you familiar with this author? Because basically they've done work in this field, so it's a cognitive shorthand for their ideas. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, and in fact, that's how most academic progress is done, is by standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak.
What do you think about copyright law, Kirk?
I think copyright law is mixed. I mean, I support it somewhat, but I think it can be abused in some context.
What a vague and non-answer answer, Kirk.
I'm against.
It can be one thing and it can be the other thing. Kirk, you see, Kirk, I have to be quiet. I have to be quiet. Kirk, listen, this is why I say you're performing academic Mad Libs, because you're saying nothing. You don't say anything. You're saying, if I were to ask you, what's your opinion on killing someone, you would say, well, sometimes someone has to die, and sometimes you shouldn't do it. Like, what is okay? So then you have no opinion.
I'm against the first sign that I got that America is corrupt or has gotten corrupt is when they extended the copyright law period to, is it 75 years or 100
Yeah,
years?
it's like 75 or 80 years. They do so with media like Disney, and I think it was Disney who was lobbying first and hard because Disney property is everything. It's like worth more than gold. They play no games when it comes to their copyright.
Yes, so I was young and naive, and when I realized what was going on with Mickey Mouse, I, I lost my virginity.
Also, you're saying I'm doing academic Mad Libs by giving a nuanced answer to copyright law question. You asked a question, I answered it.
Nuanced? What? What? Nuanced? Are you on drugs? You're not on drugs. I know for a fact you are not on drugs. How could you say that was a nuanced argument about copyright? Are you crazy? Talk about open source then.
Yeah, yeah. Happy birthday's public domain, but Dot Warner, the overall, like when he mentioned copyright, is of course like the laws protecting IP, like the intellectual property, and that's why I mentioned Disney because it's such a like protected IP. The Walt Disney Company really is like if any of us or if this law was to play even like a second, they will shut the whole life down. And that's just one example.
Questions, questions. I have a question for you now. Now that somehow it
probably
angles
work on
now
that
towards you,
bandwidth,
which is what do you think?
But you've been coming in and out.
Okay, I'm sorry then.
Yeah.
My question to you is, what do you think about the copywriting of likenesses into the future?
See, that's what I'm particular because a likeness, is it's a simulacra. Like how we're made in the image and likeness of God. We are a projection, like thrown light, but it's the ontological discussion. Like it's alike. It's not is. So I'm very particular about that to answer your question. Like it just opens a whole like a Pandora's box of questions. Like when you're looking at
Do you think? Well, let me put this in a almost autistic way. Let's say you're okay. Does a non-corporation need to sue a corporation to gain their likeness back? So you talked about Disney. This is why I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking about all the Marvel actors, all the actors whose likenesses will be copyrighted, and the question is, eventually in the future, because not now, it'll be too dramatic, it'll be too scandalous. But I can imagine in the future, someone doesn't read the fine print of their contract. They give their license to Disney into perpetuity.
Right.
Into perpetuity.
Right.
Would they? Is the correct thing for a private citizen to sue the corporation to get their likeness back? Like, I'm almost asking. This is almost like a moral question. Like, are you part of the machine? Do you think that private citizens would have to go through a court of law to try to get their likeness back, or, elaborate as you will?
So just using your example, when it comes to Disney, like the Marvel actors, they may have to, because your physical likeness that has now been placed on a medium is now part of this greater art. So there's okay, like let's just let's use the example of the late Christopher Reeves. There's a man who once existed named Christopher Reeves, but the likeness of Christopher Reeves during a particular time frame for a particular movie that was produced and financed by this company has taken that likeness of him to create. That's the argument. Are you creating something new? And that new would be Superman. And that's a very beloved. That's a very beloved IP.
Oh my God! It's like you're basically saying that
Mhm.
quadriplegic Christopher Reeve has a different likeness. So if he were smart, he could create a Superman movie of quadriplegic Superman and not get sued, because it's not the same, right? You have Christopher Reeve, his spine is working, versus Christopher Reeve quadriplegic Superman, which he could just. I'm sorry, I'm just having fun. This is.
I know it's kind of insensitive, but I see your point. But touching on that, let's look. There's a lot that's being discussed or proposed. The right to be the right to be forgotten. A big issue we have right now, like with OnlyFans models, with people who get into the industry, your likeness is now engaging. Your likeness at that particular time on a medium, which would be like the internet, so virtualized. Your likeness has now been virtualized for SOB, sexually oriented business. Do you have a right to sue to have that likeness removed? Like, this is actually being discussed, and what I do know is that there is consideration to something being called, like a law being called, the right to be forgotten, so that your likeness can be removed. Because you mentioned a good important word, in perpetuity. People don't like, people really, you cut into, well, not you, young God, specifically, but just in general, when you're engaging in this activity, a lot of people don't realize it's in perpetuity, and your likeness is now forever in this virtualized world, which is called the internet. And the internet is a black box. That's just like indefinite.
My wife made a comment, is this why you don't show your face?
Because I do have privacy. And
you have fear.
Fear? What do you mean?
You have fear. That's what you have, which is fine. I'm not trying to, I don't want to shame.
If you think
but ultimately,
so.
It's a question about fear. And so, no, I know so. That's why Kirk also doesn't show, because Kirk also has a kind of fear. And, that's okay. Fear is the opposite of what?
What is
happiness,
what is
pride, positive feelings. Fear?
No, fear is not the opposite. It's just a negative connotation. It's not necessarily like.
I feel bad because I know what time it is. And I think
young God, some
maybe
people
we could do this another day.
Young God, some people just don't want to give everything. And for a woman, it's best to have a bit of mystery about yourself. You don't have to give everything to everyone.
I know the correct answer.
What is the correct answer?
Actually, I know the correct answer why you don't show your face. And
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, young God. I'm sure you do. Young God, if I may share with you, I don't.
I'm sorry, I missed whatever you said. All right, Yoav, I'm very sorry for having done this to you, making you waste your time. I'm sorry, not waste your time. That's too strong. Invest your time in strange ways.
No, I always wanted to ask you about your cosmology.
I have more to say, but ultimately...
So say it.
No, I know what time it is. And I promise that next time on a Just Chatting, I will come on and we'll talk more, but it's late. And so I have to respect you as a hardworking, respectable person because you're a wizard.
Yes.
Okay.
It is 1:15 a.m. in here, and I will close the shop.
Kirk, think about what I said, or don't think about it. It doesn't really matter because your dreams are not controlled by your mind. Okay? So, have a good night, Kirk.
Have a good night.
And
See
you later,
you,
Yoav.
and see you.